are live now, and Jeff is looking the man at the moment. So
I'm what?
you're looking the man with
Looking the
the
man.
Definitely the
yeah,
man.
yeah. I'll just click on your square to show people there's a reflection. Well, they can see. I don't need to describe what people are seeing. They can see for themselves.
I got it. Well, not as cool, but I can't see.
I don't see it, so even when I click on mine, I don't see a reflection of anything. So I just see my
Oh, you don't see anything?
I just see my wonderfully unshaven face. That's all I see.
I think your hair is the right length as well, Jeff.
The right length, huh?
The right length. Aesthetically, the right length.
Well, let's say you got more hair than all the rest of us combined, I think.
And not just on his head. Oh dear. Awkward pause. So yeah, Stephen's got all the Keirsey books, apart from Brains and Careers.
All but one. All but one. All but one.
All but one.
I recently found out. The one between the first Please Understand Me. The one. The one
portraits. Portraits.
Yes. I just found out.
Right, that one.
Yeah, it's not bad. You know, he kind of was switching between basically, you know, the more of the Myers and you know, the gods kind of thing. The Please Understand Me. Basically, he was really starting to move over to, you know, moving over to, you know, his way of talking about him, as opposed to just mostly Myers-Briggs.
Ah, yes.
So basically, the thing is, you know, again, he discovered Myers-Briggs in '56, and basically then, you know, understood Myers-Briggs of SJSP, but then, you know, people were, you know, would say, that's terrible stuff. That's terrible stuff. You're changing the religion. So he then basically realized, well, you know, let's just simplify this thing, and also, you know, really start incorporating the Haley's systems, you know, and information, because basically he didn't really. I think it was like early '60s when he started reading Haley and Erickson. So
could you tell us some more about that? Because Stephen and I are interested in NLP, and Milton Erickson's mentioned quite a bit. So,
well, again, the NLP part of Erickson is kind of a side thing about. It's not much of a theory as far as personality is concerned, right? Erickson had no idea about personality, and my father did not bring up the subject when he went over there. So, you know, Erickson had his thing. He didn't like theories, you know, you know, because there were all the people that were going against him were basically saying, well, you know, it's not Freud, it's not blah blah blah, and so he, you know, he just wanted to help people, and he didn't have a theory per se, you know, but he certainly he just it was Haley that basically pulled a lot of the information out of Erickson. So
is that the dude they named the comet after?
Nope.
Not quite.
Not quite.
That's the only Haley I know. You know.
Oh no, his name's Jay Haley, and he was a communications expert, and he basically started with Bateson. You know, Bateson, both Margaret Mead and Gregory Bateson knew Erickson, And when they started looking into what's called schizophrenia, you can actually get some of this information on the lectures, My Father's Madness stuff. He talks about the fact that Bateson and Mead knew Erikson, and when they started looking at the schizophrenic, they said, well, we should go talk to Erikson, and Haley at the time was with them, and so he then worked with Erikson for a long time, and they got books and books and books of Haley and Erikson. But Erikson was, strictly treated people, right, and he did write stuff. But Haley was rational, and he saw it from a systemic point of view. And so the Strategy in Psychotherapy is the book that really opened my father's eyes to the communication between personalities. And of course, Haley and Erikson and all these other guys had no idea about personality explicitly. And it's my father that connected it, but he never talked to Haley or Erikson about it. So, the fact is that you have the system. Everybody's in the system, and there's communication between different people, and the double bind notion is the idea. And of course, my father would see it from a temperament point of view, is that the communication would be between the temperaments. For example, an artist and wife, and artist and husband and a guardian wife would be typical, and then the child is some other temperament, and that whole dynamic is the general thing of communication, and the messages back and forth is the deal of how you deal with things. So
when in the book,
sorry, just one more thing. So the Portraits of Temperament, he starts talking about informative versus directive. Okay, and that's really kind of where they first take it from Haley, and Haley, of course, saw it from a general point of view. But my father said, well, there are certain people that are more informative versus more directive, and so that goes to the roles. Initiating, preempting. Preemptive is initiating, preemptive. Contending, and sort of directive, and then collaborative, and then of course accommodative.
What I wanted to ask is, you talk about your father's emphasis on behaviour, but they talk about the values of the temperaments.
Mm-hmm.
So how do those two things reconcile, where you come out with a behavioural approach, yet you also talk about what's going on in their heads?
Yes, you have to. You cannot not do that, right? His point is that people don't just talk about what's in the head. If you don't talk about what people are doing too, then there's no way of grounding it. So he says, yes, you have to talk about what people think and what their needs, what their values are, what their all that kind of stuff, the context. But the problem of making it concrete, so people can understand what are you really saying.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think that's what that's why people think that it's more useful, because he's just talking about specific examples. The problem, of course, is
show how those values translate to action.
Translate, exactly. Yeah. So that's why I think Jeff can really nail and understand his interaction with with people. It's because it's more concrete. You know, it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, that's what he's thinking, but he's able to observe what people say and do, and hopefully he can then go into the more abstract concepts. But but the more you can ground it into as an individual, the more you're gonna the more it's gonna be useful, because it's fine and dandy for us theoreticians to talk about the theory all the time, but if you can't apply it to the practical things, it's useless. Theory is useless unless it has a practicality.
One quick thing is, you mentioned that series. Is there another lecture due to be released in the history of madness?
The number 7, yeah. It's just a matter of me doing it. What I'm doing.
I assume we're talking about those tapes, right?
Yes. Yeah. So
yeah.
I've got the tapes. I've got them digitized, and all I need to do is sit down and take notes. I'm a terrible note taker.
Oh.
So that's my problem, is that I just want to. I've listened to them a couple times, and I get interested in other things, like my math stuff. So and other things, obviously I got other things, like I'm taking care of my mom and things like that.
Oh, yeah. So not just extroverted intuition.
And actual fact, I'm delaying my logistical. Remember the four the things, right? I'm great at the theory of mathematical theories is great. I love that. Idealistic, well, yeah, I'm okay. I have to relate to people. And then the artisan, I got to eat, things like that. And then the logistical, it's called taxes. I should be doing my taxes now. I hate it.
Well, you are a strategic thinker, because it's not due till about April.
Yeah, and luckily I got an extension, so I do extension every year because I'm lazy.
Wow, Jeff's really going for the.
I love it, Jeff. That's cool.
So whenever Jeff doesn't feel like being on camera, he can always go for an effect.
Yes, I think I love it.
That's the one Victor was stuck on. That one that looks like you're looking down a tunnel.
Fish Island, or the So that was an effect.
Yeah, I thought, and he said he didn't know how to get it back off.
No, I've come up with. Talking Victor, I've come up with a little nickname for him, Pinhole, because it's not the pinhole camera that he has.
Yeah, I thought he damaged his webcam when he said it, but no, yeah.
I thought it was that kind of camera disguised as a pen that we've talked about.
Oh yeah.
I can switch to the other side of the camera.
Cool.
So this is what's outside my car.
So what kind of car you got there?
I have a 2015 Chevy Cruze.
Okay, all right.
Just got it a month ago.
Wow, cool. I've got
there's some
Honda Civic, very practical.
So,
2008 or 9 Honda Civic. It hasn't been washed.
this one has, but only by rain.
By rain.
At the moment, Jeff, I've got the square on you. So if you want to show your car off, then the folks can see it.
I was showing some of the interior here in the dashboard.
Cool.
There's my stereo thing there. Display. And the headphone comes down in front of the camera, and then I can switch back to looking at me.
Yeah. See, that's what I love there's the commonality between me and Jeffster, and that is tech. I love tech, but I don't spend enough time figuring it all out.
Yeah,
Only when I miss it.
I only love it when I figure out what I can do stuff with it. Like
Right.
when it's frustrating me, then I want to kill it.
Right. Cool.
I like this one because it's the most colorful.
Yes. Yes. Very good. Colorful.
Even more colourful than my visual aids.
Yeah, I heard you were working on a new one. What you got for us?
Well, I was working on the one for the Sonics equivalent of the INTP, and I thought I might show it in this Hangout. And I thought, oh no, I've not got clearance. Oh, I won't be able to show that. That one is a bit of a mangled translation. But I recently Maria has translated the INFJ profile into really good English, and Victor won't let me share that yet.
Okay.
I was about to get out and start walking around, but then it started raining, so I'm stuck in the car for the time being.
I must say that right now, Dave and Jeff have cameras that are really sharp.
Yes.
Wait, damn it! This cameras should be better. It's
Yeah.
Mega HD. And
Yep.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit sharper, but it's not quite.
I don't have a problem with walking around in the rain. It's just I would worry about the tech, as Dave said, having ill effects.
Is the AC better? Is just the environment better in the car?
Well, it's cooler, yeah, because inside my apartment, the AC's not working right now.
Well,
so.
Oh, Jesus.
Visually, though, Jeff, it looks fantastic because of all the lighting and the sunglasses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the original.
Uh-huh.
There's the fisheye.
So,
Wow.
is this an app?
It's just the Hangouts app.
Yeah.
Oh, Hangouts app, really? Oh, cool.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a one that can put hair on my head.
So what?
I'm sure there is. I know there's ones where you can draw on it, so you can draw some hair.
Is it called Google Effects? Is that what it is? Google Effects?
I think it might be. Yeah, what did you want to say, Stephen?
Oh, yeah, about temporary hair, temporary hair replacement. This actor I know who has well, he's not bald. He's lacking some hair. He reveals. I had no idea that he was going very bald. And he says, "Do you know what I do before the audition? Before auditions, I use this like dust on hair, like this jar of hair. So he replaces all of the bald spots of his hair with this sprinkle on stuff. But the funny thing is when we would be at parties or something, right? He said he was quite concerned if it would start to rain because it would wash the hair off. So apparently he had a lot less hair than people thought. So he would always have to think about where he would be standing because the rain would wash it off. Yeah, so apparently a lot of actors do this, so they can play parts that have more hair.
Yeah, I think the first one I remember hearing that did that was Ted Danson of Cheers. Because he was going bald and going gray much earlier than they wanted.
Oh, wow.
His Cheers character too. So they had
click on Dave.
Yeah, well, now I can't get rid of it now. The question is, how do I get rid of it? That's my problem. Play with these things. Jesus.
Yes, sorry, Jeff.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
You were talking about Ted Danson.
Oh, just saying he was going bald and going gray, faster than they wanted the character Sam Malone to, so they had to do some effects on him to to keep him looking the way they wanted the character to look.
Yeah. Yeah, I've
Like
seen.
like a good ESTP alpha male character that they wanted him to be.
Yeah, and in the last episode of Cheers, he revealed his secret, and he took off his topper, his toupee. He revealed, yeah. And I was never sure whether he really was bald or whether he did it for the for the show, but yeah.
It was very thick on top. I mean, like those toupees, like the one that Shatner had, where it's like this thick, and his hair's like 2 or 3 times thicker than it was in the. And apparently, he wore a Serpifigs wigs when he did Star Trek, but that was just a really good one.
Bloody hell. Yeah, and a corset.
Mm.
See, how about this effect? This is
Oh wow.
the lighted mirror.
I can't seem to see any more effects on the effects that you got. I'm jealous.
It's really nice in your car, Jeff.
So there's the iPad that I'm using the camera on in the mirror.
Wow.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, I just screwed up things. Playing around things. Hopefully I didn't screw up. Just playing with things.
Yeah, I don't dare touch it. I've made that mistake before. No.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
So, So Dave, I mean, how you've seen Laura? Are you pretty confident that she is a protector?
Well, I mean, I'm an architect rational, so I'm not gonna. I always, 99.9%. But what I do is I typically say, if an individual types themselves to be a guardian, and I would say, based on what the situation is, right? She says she's protector guardian, then I would say, yeah, she's a protector guardian. There's no reason for me to disagree with her. I've only seen her for 30, 40 minutes or something like that, and I wouldn't unless she said, well, this is what I am, and other people have told her that she was something else, was a counselor idealist. If somebody says that they're an idealist, and maybe I don't always take them for that, right? But if they say they're an artisan or a guardian, then you probably should take it at work for it, because they might be like if she might protect her guardian, let's say, and I didn't know that she knew a lot more about temperaments, then I might say, well, she might be a provider, because typically people don't have any problems deciding whether they're for the guardians there would be the directives or the I've forgotten my father's terminology, but the supervisor and the inspector, right? And the providers and the protectors can usually tell, but that they're not that way. Although I can imagine maybe there are some nice supervisor guardians that they think they're nice, but they want to be provider, but they're more of a supervisor. Because they don't see themselves as being difficult with other people. They're just trying to help. Just trying to help. So So yeah, no, I take her for a word for it, and what she says pretty much goes with what I would think.
Right, okay.
So, so like Jeff, I always assumed that you were a composer, but if you think you're a performer, I've actually, this is the first time I've actually seen you. Well, no, that's not true.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I've seen you do your videos. I saw your videos.
Yeah, I
But
was
no
about to say,
interaction.
you told me you saw some videos, so I
Right.
I didn't want to believe you'd lied to me or anything.
But,
But
yeah,
I
no,
said
so
the last time we talked, I feel like, that I kind of, when you talk about it in the sense of roles, I feel like I move back and forth between those two roles.
right.
But, but if you look at, the Myers-Briggs terms, then I'm an extrovert because I more often, I want to be around people more than I want to be alone, so I look at it that way.
Yeah,
And
and
sort of
again,
the way that I
again,
interact with people is I sort of look for, the audience and
right,
wherever I can find it, whether it's one person or 100 people,
right.
So,
Yeah, again, my father doesn't really think much of the EI distinction.
yeah.
So he's Jeff is an entertainer, and I've always thought that. I've never thought him of something else.
Could it
Yeah,
be?
the only thing I ever considered otherwise was originally was the idealist.
Right.
Because especially if you read the part about, and please understand me too, about as a child, then
Right.
there's a lot of stuff in the idealist child description that I relate to. But if you look at it, that's why I love the, where it's simplified in the, I can't remember which chapter it is, but where he's got the box of divided, the word usage and tool usage,
Right.
And if you look at it that way, it becomes completely obvious that I'm an artisan, because I look at that and I say, well, I'm definitely not a cooperator. And my speech is a lot more concrete than abstract. So if you look at it from that way, then there's not really much of a confusion.
Yeah.
Which is why I tell people over and over again online when I have the opportunity that really, if you're confused about finding your type, because there seems to be so many forums where it's like there's a section like tell me my type or what's my type. If you figure out your temperament first, it becomes so much easier.
Right.
Than trying to do it like most people try to do it in reverse, where they try to figure out all the function stuff, and they're sitting there saying, well, I know I use extroverted thinking, but I don't know in what place I use it in, so I could be an INFP or I could be an ESTJ. And I'm
Right.
like, come on, there's like so there's so little between in common between those two types that if you just look at it in common sense, figure out your temperament, then it's so much easier.
Yeah, and also again, just drilling down too much. Like, oh, well, I'm a surfer, therefore I must be an artisan. And it's
Yeah,
like,
right.
It's like, no, what look at your whole life, kind of thing. Look at that pattern, and then you can people get it. It's not like,
and a lot of it sort of can be process of elimination. I don't know if you saw any of the videos I did in the Faith and Type series, but I did one with a guy who used to be a monk, and he's is Catholic, and he said that he had a girlfriend in college that was Lutheran, and he was considering whether he could become Lutheran. And he said that it was talking, when he was at a college in Iowa, he was surrounded by mostly Protestants, and the ministers were, or leaders, in Bible study and things like that were Protestants. And he said talking to enough Protestants convinced him that he should stay Catholic. And I feel like when it comes to type and temperament, that for me, and I think for other people, it's like talking to enough of one type. If you're trying to decide between two, and you talk to enough of one, sometimes you can know, well, I'm not that.
Yeah, you're not.
So and
Exactly.
that's how I figured it out with both with I talk to enough N's to realize I'm an S, and I talk to enough I's to realize I'm an E. So those are the only things that were ever in question, because the FP was, like I said before, is definite. There's never any question about those. So.
Yeah, that's my hobby horse. People ask me, well, what are you? Or, what am I? What am I? And I say, well, it's much easier to figure out what you're not.
Yeah.
A lot of times,
And
it's
that's
like.
The thing. I mean, you talked about, if someone types themselves as a guardian, they're probably a guardian. To me, the reason I think that's even more so is that when it comes to type communities, there's sort of a bias where guardians are seen as like the great oppressors of everyone, and or the simple-minded folks and stuff like that. There's that kind of idea floating around, and because of that, if someone self-identifies as a guardian, definitely, then there's no reason to believe that they're not, because it's unlikely that anyone who's not a guardian would want to claim that. When there's sort of a stigma attached to it in those kind of communities. Not that there should be, I'm just saying there is.
Right.
So.
Yeah, there is. I mean, that's the problem, And but also, I think the guardians want to be other. They want to be all. So I've gotten the other opposite. I'll say. Somebody will say, what are you? And they'll say, oh, I'm all of them. Yeah. So then you can say, well, that's either a guardian or an idealist, and maybe a few artisans. But the artisans, if they're quicker to figure these things out. Because
I think it's less likely that an actual artisan would claim to be a guardian. But they might claim to be a rational or an idealist.
They can, because if you're surrounded by guardians, right?
Yeah, I suppose. But to me, it almost seems like it stands out more if you're surrounded by guardians. Wait a minute, I'm different. But what I have seen though is SFPs like me, or entertainer artisans that can relate to a lot of the idealist, and then the STPs or the operator artisans can relate a lot to rationals in some areas, but there's always sort of it always seems like there's some kind of breaking point where they can relate a lot, but then you get to something where there's a line drawn in the sand, and you really just realize that I'm not that.
Yeah. Yeah. Say, well, I'm not a guardian. Eventually, you say, oh, I'm not an idealist, right? And then you say, okay, I'm not. I'm not an artisan, and say, okay, well, I'm going to be irrational to some degree, and then say, well, okay, what's rational? And then you can wander around, and
I've seen that play out with my two brothers, because one is an ISTP and one is an INTP, and they can have long conversations where they're totally on the same wavelength about what they're talking about.
Right.
But then there'll be something where my ISTP brother will say that he does, and my INTP brother will ask him why, and he'll basically just say, because I wanted to do it that way, and with no other explanation, and that's not good enough for my INTP brother. He's kind of throws up his hands like, why would you just do something because you wanted to do it that way?
It's like, what?
Yeah.
He's not just like me. Well.
So, there's those moments where it just sort of you see the divide even between two people that grew up together and have a lot in common as to what their interests are, and can talk a lot, long time about the same video games that they play and all that, and then you'll have just those moments where the difference in approach comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that INTPs and INFPs are very.
That's sometimes difficult.
It's with the artisans, with the impulsivity of the artisans. That can be a source of not just conflict, but be uncomfortable. They feel they're almost dangerous with their spontaneity.
To some degree, but and again, a lot of it can be environment, because my father, right? He was surrounded by artisans until basically pretty much all of his life, but I mean, in the beginning of his life, right? So he got into the war, and then he got into college. I mean, college was really kind of where I think, but also he met my mother and was very attracted to her. So but he really had to grow up, and some people and an individual said when he was in high school he was taking shop. He has the fantastic story of saying he took shop every year, right?
Oh.
and somebody said he had a good voice, so he's going to be an opera singer. Okay, well, eventually, what happened is he listened to his voice in community college, the first 2 years. He completely stopped. He says, "I have a terrible voice," and then he went and picked oranges for a while. But eventually, he decided he's going to become an English teacher, and then he got drafted. And then, of course, in the war, he realized that he wasn't incompetent, and he wasn't weak like his father, like his brother, because his brother was one of the tough as nails artisan. His father was an artisan. His mother was an artisan. Although my grandfather, on my father's side, he wrote poetry. He was quite a reader, even though he had never. I still haven't figured out whether he went to college. I think he went to college to some part, but he certainly had to start working early, and he never really had the opportunity to do that. So, that was important for my father to figure out that he was different from other people,
What's weird is if an INTP is an Enneagram 5, is they can actually they sort of like integrate to 8, where they can actually develop these qualities that are much more assertive and the qualities of the leader. And maybe your father had because Enneagram is very much affected by upbringing and the circumstances around someone, where he was an Enneagram type 5 that had gone towards 8, had become like a leader, someone who's more that type of way.
Well, in some sense, so we're again we're writing. We've written a book, and we're now doing the magazine. We're doing some of that stuff. And of course, my father was a theoretical leader, right? So it took him a while, but there were times when it was necessary. He just thought it had to be necessary that he had to take over, basically. So when Marilyn Bites died, and left him with the book and the curriculum and the department, basically, he didn't want anybody else to screw around with it, and so he then basically took over. And he did it. He became fairly Machiavellian about the whole thing, and continued to build the department so that people started flocking to that area to do counseling, because again, what he was doing was teaching people techniques. We practiced, because he had learned about practice in the military, right? The great thing about the military is that you learn by doing, and that's how everybody learns. It learns by doing, whether that be an idealistic person dealing with people, people person, dealing with people, or technology, or ideas, or motorcycles and things like that. I mean, I don't know. Just
Principal Skinner from The Simpsons. Yes, go to work with your parents, Dave. Where children can apply their knowledge of fractions and gym to real-world situations.
Yes, the Guardian's description. Actually, I've been watching a marvelous CNBC is a television show on the American TV It's a bit business.
Yeah.
It's great. We now have 3 business channels, which is it's nice because I'm so tired of the political channels. I just I can't stand watching the news unless it's business news.
Well, it's better to listen just to Peter Schiff. He'll give you unbiased.
Well, no. The thing is, the world's so complicated. But they did just recently. They did a video. It's called Extreme Sports, and it's incredible what people can do in extreme sports. These are artisans, and a couple, maybe a couple rationals are out there doing incredible stuff. But they learn it by doing it. That's the artisan, the guardian, the idealist, and the rationalist. You learn by doing.
Dario said he's never come across a sportsman that was an INTJ.
Snooker players?
Sportsman?
Snooker players,
If you count chess, then that's where all the INTJs.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there are some poker INTJs.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes, they've got the lack of expression for it, and the mind.
And they could say probability, just a matter of probabilities.
Well, when you were talking about the extreme sports thing, it made me think of Stephen Baldwin because he had a conversion experience, I don't know, like 10 years ago, whatever, and became a Christian, and so he started doing like Bible studies and stuff. But what he did was like a traveling extreme sports show version of Bible study. So that shows what the artisan twist on the traveling preaching show or whatever is.
Right. You're right. The number of rationals in extreme sports is probably very low. It's probably mostly artisans.
I think there's a little bit higher percentage in sports coaching, INTs of rationals.
Right.
Like I think Phil Jackson, the basketball coach, I think he's
actually no. You know what I think he is? I think he's a teacher idealist like John Wooden. He wrote called a book called Sacred Hoops. So I think Phil Jackson, it could be irrational, but I don't think so. He's more Zen. He's really into Zen. I mentioned that definitely there could Bill Belichick might be irrational. I'm not sure. There's the couple, some of the strategic guys, maybe even like what's his name? Might have been a Guardian, but the Dallas Cowboy guy for the coach for years and years and years.
The guy who was really good in the 90s, Jimmy Johnson.
No, Jimmy Johnson's Tom Landry, right?
Oh, right, that guy.
No, Jimmy Johnson's no way he's a rat.
I thought he was a great coach.
It was an interesting coach. Yeah, I mean, you got to give these guys credit, even though somehow. But
can I just say one thing, and then I'll let Jeff get back in? But I once heard Jimmy Johnson talking on a Fox News Extra about dealing with different players in a different way. I think he said that Charles Haley came to him and said that he mustn't ever put him down in front of his peers, but but Michael Irvin was completely different from Charles Haley, where he was very much. So I'll let Jeff get back in now.
Well, but Lombardi treated each of his guys differently, and he was a guardian, supervisor guardian. Whenever it works, a lot of times.
I think because I was talking about the basketball coaches, when I started looking at the ones that have been championship level coaches, The three that stood out to me as sort of examples of different temperaments were Phil Jackson, Greg Popovich, and Larry Brown. And I think Popovich is the guardian. You know, he's ex-military, is supervisor, guardian type thing. He's very like strict, but at the same time, you know, he is able to adapt to the personnel. But he's all about. I mean, I don't think he would have lasted as long if he hadn't kept the same core players on his team.
Right.
Whereas Larry Brown, the artisan, he's gone from team to team. He never stays with the same team for very long, and he's won
Bobby
championships
Knight.
at the college level as well as in the pro level. You know, with
Yeah.
multiple teams, he's taken over teams that were. That was what made me think Phil Jackson was probably a rational type, because he always went into a situation where the team was already there. It was just a matter of taking them and winning the
Put
championship
him in the
with
right
them.
spots. Yeah.
Right. Whereas Larry Brown would take over teams that were lousy and make them good, because he liked the challenge of it.
Right. Yeah. No. The only reason I think he's an idealist as well, because I saw his background. I read about his background and
yeah. I mean,
and
that was
where he came from.
I'd consider that too. I don't know. Maybe if he's an idealist, he's one that's been somewhat hardened by the atmosphere. You know, like you said, being surrounded with a lot of artisans most of the time. Most of his career.
No, what it was, he came from a very religious family, and he was physically so gifted, so he became spiritual, but in his own way. You know, his family was, you know, like they were like, I can't remember the Fifth-day or Sixth-day Adventists or Seventh-day Adventists or whatever, or something like that, and you know, very, very strict environment. But you know, again, the question is what model is the best? What's the best model to get people to understand things? You know.
There was a joke in Red Dwarf about the Seventh-day Advent in Hoppists. Yeah,
Hoppists,
they had a Bible with a misprint in it: faith, hop, and charity, and the greatest of these is hop. So every Sunday they'd be hopping around.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know enough about the stuff, the individual things. Even though I've talked to some people that are that way, that have come out of that too. So, but the specifics of what exactly they do, I have no idea. So I was just recently saw a book on it's been out for a while, is the Scientology people. It's amazing, very interesting book on that. So
Tell us more.
Well, unfortunately, I don't remember any specifics. You know, that's the problem. Is it takes me a while to get. But I just got a brief. I watched Book TV, and then they talked about it, and it's the cult kind of situation, and that whole thing about religion is fascinating, and so I look at that, and I'm not sure how the personalities work with that.
I saw.
So Hubbard might have been. He could have been an artisan or a very sneaky rational. We don't know.
I recently saw a program. He was banned from the UK, and eventually they lifted the ban. But yeah, he was not allowed into the UK, and there was a secret file in him.
Yeah, well, it's quite a story. I mean,
the world I think the world headquarters of Scientology were in the UK for a while.
Yeah. Well, apparently, according to this thing, they said that the IRS had to back down on. IRS is a very powerful institution in the United States.
Oh yes.
But apparently the Scientology has even more influence they have a lot of lawyers. So I don't know enough about it. I need to get the book and read it to figure out what's going on with that. But it's that whole thing of, again, your context is very important to understand.
I know that L. Ron Hubbard, I'm pretty certain, stole or should you say borrowed ideas from Aleister Crowley. And Aleister Crowley is reputed to have been a member of MI5, so there may be some connection there. Why he's
Could be.
There's a file on him. Because Aleister Crowley was quite openly trying to start a world religion called Thelema. That is rather we can say it's like a very libertarian religion.
Well, I don't think the religions that can be very libertarian because they need secrecy, and that's the problem with the libertarians. That's not the problem. It's a problem that they can't form big parties because.
No.
Yeah, Dave, what's the book called? Carrina's just asked.
Book. It's. I just let me find it. Why don't you guys talk to other people and I'll figure that out.
You know quite a bit about this subject, Stephen, don't you?
I had a copy of Dianetics. It's I can go into Thelema. It's you can call this a religion, but really the main thing that they preach is rather a sort of it's sort of a rational religion. It's all about sort of self-mastery and following one's talents, and it doesn't involve all of the Scientology kind of streaming process. Really, they say, well, you make it up as you go along. So if say somebody's passion in life is clowning, they through some kind of transcendental means, one is supposed to sort of attach or discover their role in life. I'm not a member of this religion, by the way. I have actually had some disturbing experiences with people who have been, should we say, that they have had contact with the slightly more unpleasant members of Thelema. That's actually why I have my YouTube channel, is to sort of dissect a lot of the sort of crackpot, money making new age kind of thievery that goes on. And I had to sort of console somebody who told me that he was sort of spending all of his money on this some kind of mystical mentorship, and I said, well, maybe you should save your money and to think about the practical things before you pay for all this other stuff, really. And he said, that is probably a good idea. But so the people are quite disturbed. Sorry.
People can get pulled into these things.
Yeah, Stephen's channel's Atticus Stout.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't use the channel so much. Yeah. Oh, there will be new stuff there will be some new stuff. Yeah, I'm going to.
Okay, so the title of the book is called "Going Clear" by Lawrence Wright, and it's I have not yet read it, but I watched the book TV part of it, and I was fascinated, absolutely fascinated by it. The guy's right, actually. Quite a few. Understand people's context. So, but yeah, that's the book.
Stephen, did you say that when you were looking at you were looking at certain, looking at the temperaments, and then you're saying that some of them, you had some aspects of idealist as well as
Yeah,
rational.
there's a lot. What is the main yeah, a lot of the artisan, there's a lot, and a bit of the idealist. Yeah, it's quite curious. I mean, my ultimate aim in life is, you know, I know, yeah, that's really it. Yeah, yeah. The artisan's desire for impact, I really associated with, and the idealist's search for romance, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So I have this thirst for knowledge, but also a thirst for this sort of partnering, a soulmate or a
So-
mindmate.
So you are what do you think you are?
I'm pretty certain
Yeah.
that the so-called rational, yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Or I prefer to say that I'm very irrational, but technically rational. You know? Not as rational as I would have people believe. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite tricky. I was actually quite surprised when I've used various systems, and it was really a lot of very good observations by other people that were brought to my attention. Like, you know, you meet somebody and she'll say, "Oh, you remind me of my INTJ husband or ENTJ husband," and I thought, maybe I had this sense that it would be what I didn't expect. So gradually, the more people I meet, and also I believe in the duality thing, and I can usually tell this. Oh, this is an artisan. Yeah, I mean, I listen a lot more to the speech. You know, a lot more. I did get that from the temperament typology more.
So
I listen to.
Right. What's the duality? Explain to me duality again.
Duality, really, it's that there's an element in you know the Jungian elements, and there's a seeking function. So the duality is that there are parts of the functions I'm especially good in are what the other person is really looking for, and vice versa. So they're sort of let's say, as an example, the INTJ is really an inverted version of the ESFP. So I can actually see that the duals, peculiarly, they can often look somewhat like each other.
Although they can be, I mean, like we've recently seen this guy roam the plants.
Yeah, they're very that's the thing. Yeah. That's the thing. They're very varied. The INTJs are extremely varied, but it does seem to me that they are split in two directions. There's either the solely scientific and technology focus, or technically artistic focus. You know, so it's. Or so I actually met an artisan today, and I ended up talking for like 4 hours with the guy, and there's a lot of agreement on things. Yeah, but originally I thought he was a rational, but then it turned out that he actually studied, and most of his classmates were rationals, so that's probably why. I thought, very clear language. So it was slightly metaphorical, but as we went on, I thought, no, it's. He said, no, I'm ESFP. I said, yeah, I hear it. Yes, yeah, you are. So the thing about duality is, I tend to, the duals very often will feel that they can sort of be themselves around one another. And over the past 2 days, I've met two. One who wanted me to help discover what MBTI or socionics type she was, and another one who knew, and I saw some great similarities between their general demeanor, their sort of, and I would ask them what certain questions, and when one of them was confused about whether she was an idealist or an artisan, she said something about there's a lot of impetus on not being controlled, not being restricted, and I thought, well, feeling is artisan, and it kind of fits.
Yeah, I don't know. You got to watch out for this thing about not being controlled. Everybody doesn't want to be controlled.
Well, actually, it was more not wanting to be restricted. That's what she said, not by people, but restricted.
Right.
Yeah. And I hear it. It's like this sort of not wanting restrictions. That was like the main. Yeah, but of course, the idealists and such don't want to be restricted. But it took a lot. It was tricky getting some of the answers, but
right.
It was like, well, she said she gets on very well with the masterminds, and seems to understand them, and she understands their humour. So I thought, well, it's sort of 90% possible, yeah. So, but I said, well, I won't decide for you. I need more time.
Exactly. That's an important thing. Is everybody? You really should let everybody discover their own personality. As opposed to you are da da da, because because it can be you can be wrong, and the individual can be wrong for years actually. So.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we have somebody here. Who is this lovely lady here? Carrina? Did she want to talk?
Hi guys. No, probably not right this second. I'm just listening. I've got some math that I'm trying to do both things at one time, and then other stuff.
Okay. It sounds like you got some other issues.
Yeah, I have an ESFP child who's having right now.
Oh.
Okay. Cool.
Did you say ESFP child?
It might be. All children are.
As I was about to say, that's redundant.
Yes. Well, all children can be challenges.
Yes.
Okay,
so Jeff, you could put the other case where Stephen's just talked about duality, whereas you don't really see it at all. You see INTJs and ESFP as not really being a good combination.
You talking to me?
I don't know if I would say that entirely. I mean, I've said before I had a pretty good INTJ friend when I was younger. But the only thing I've said is when they talk about that as if it's like a ideal romantic partnership. The thing is, there's so many more ESFPs than there are INTJs that, especially female INTJs, that the odds of me finding an INTJ female are like, are pretty low. So it's a lot. That combination can happen, but like Keirsey has said, it's a lot more common for an ESFP to end up with, like an ISTJ or an ISFJ because there's a lot more of them.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit dubious about how difficult it is for us to meet each other because I just go to bars, and
that makes a good point. Is how many INTJ females go to bars?
It's like
maybe I think they have special bars.
I'm showing my age. I never went to bars ever. I never ever went to bars.
Oh.
I don't either, other than just sports bars to like watch games and stuff. You know, I don't just like, but I don't drink, so that's part of the reason. Like, I don't just go to hang out and drink. So. You know.
Well, I don't go to bars over here because they're so the cost of drink is so damned expensive. But if I'm in the UK, then I will.
I see.
Yeah.
So you're in the United States now?
No, I'm in Sweden.
Oh, you're in Sweden.
I
Wow.
believe. Yeah.
Cool. Wow.
Yeah. So it's like, what is it, like 3 in the morning and it's just getting light. Yeah, the sun's coming up. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, this town isn't interesting, but the country it's not, yeah, but not this town. Really.
Where are you in Sweden? Is it a big town or a small town or what?
It's very small. Yeah, it's quite small. The town name translates directly as Newbridge. Yeah. Or Nybro. Yeah. It's very nice town. Just boring, technically boring.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm about like 15 minutes away from the sea and more interesting stuff. But it's just a little bit bother, getting going on a night bus and things like that, and I don't want to pay for it. So it's yeah.
I would love to talk to some Swedes just to get their, because in the United States, people use Sweden as sort of, well, the Swedes do it. That means that that's just fantastic. It's like when I was in Japan, the Japanese said, well, everything American's great, right? In America, everything that the Danes and the Swedes do should be done here, and I'm thinking. No, it doesn't work that way.
No, it's a lot of. I mean, there's a lot of things they shouldn't do. It's a very isolationist culture in a way. So it's, something like.
I was actually in another hangout once with an INFP female who lives in Sweden, who's of mixed race, and she, as INFPs tend to do, make a declaration about she's declared Sweden is racist. She said the whole country. And I, of course, did my usual thing of trying to point out that people are individuals, and not everybody in Sweden is
I think she might have been like a social justice warrior, by the sounds of it. There's a lot of left wing. There's a lot of horrible left wing.
Well, like, I don't think necessarily was political, but just I think. For not that every INFP would feel that way, but just that she has a tendency, that type of thing, to kind of do that thing about taking the examples you've experienced and extrapolating that onto everybody,
Right.
So.
Yeah.
I would say something. It's probably a lot more difficult to be a black person in certain parts of this country. It's
that's true.
Yeah,
true.
You really stand out.
Yeah.
But it's also tricky when people discover that this person isn't actually from here. They're quite surprised. Taken aback. This person doesn't sound like us. He looks like us. He doesn't sound like us. Oh, what should we do? I
had got a little of that a long time ago. I lived in Japan for 4 months, and so I was stuck out. I was everybody's would look at me.
Ooh.
But it was fine. It was a very interesting experience.
I would like it, actually. I'm not one to want to sort of blend into the crowd, so I would be quite pleased, actually. Yeah. But I've heard that in Japan, that in certain places they will sort of refuse to serve foreigners and things like that. Is that true?
Well, it really depends, and of course. I can't really do it from personal experience because when I was there, it was 1974. It's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Mm. Mm.
Although I've passed through a couple times, but I imagine again it's as you say, like in Sweden and in Japan and the United States, there are all kinds of different people, all different attitudes, country, city, suburbs, that kind of stuff. So it's hard to generalize. But
you do tend to get the feeling that the same groups of people are everywhere in a way.
Yes.
You'll find hippies.
You get the temperaments, right?
Yeah.
And also there's just the difference between city people and country people. There is a difference. Some people are very, very provincial, and then there are people that are very cosmopolitan.
In this country, there are sort of I think what's the word, like endemic attitudes that like between townships.
Mm-hmm.
It's very I mean, on average, people travel, really, siblings visiting siblings. They travel the longest distance compared to other European countries. It's a lot of train journeys because the capital cities are pretty far apart, and so it's all people from smaller towns will find that the only place to earn a living is in a big city, so they have to sort of travel. So everybody will stay behind. The people who are sort of established, right? And so they will be compelled. I mean, they're sort of compelled to travel back for, sort of public holidays and things like that. And there's a lot of traveling. Yeah, a lot of traveling. It's amazing. Yeah.
And what you were saying about the temperaments in other countries, it always makes me want to hear from artisans, especially in countries that are seen as being like a really kind of strict conservative culture, because the artisans are still there, but if you brought those same people over to America, they would probably not. A lot of people probably wouldn't think they were, because in this country they wouldn't stand out the same way, And so I'm always like to hear from artisans from those countries to see how it compares. And I've been fortunate enough to talk to a few, but because there's always this stereotype in this country about what we're supposed to be like.
Right.
And so it's and what I've always said is that we adapt to the culture that we're in terms of how we react to it. So you're not going to necessarily find a Lady Gaga or somebody like that if you went to like Syria, but you would still find artisans still finding ways to rebel in quieter ways.
Right. In different ways.
What I meant was in ways like you find the same kind of subcultures, the same kind of groups. So I didn't really mean like temperaments exactly.
Well, I think that's the advantage of temperament, is that you can then look at the individual and start differentiating them, because there are artisans in Sweden or in my case Thailand, and so that it's really nice to be able to know the culture. Right, and then the individual people, because you can find all the different types, So I spent a lot of time in Bangkok, Thailand, and got to know lots of people there. And you get the guardians, you get the artisans, you get the idealists, and you get the irrationals.
Yeah.
And so but they have the culture is the other part of it too. So you have to kind of understand that.
what you said about subcultures reminded me. I read an article that was written by somebody who was like a frequent World of Warcraft player, and it basically the article was breaking down how the temperaments are in that game, like how they see, the way that because it's guilds or parties or whatever that are together in that game, and the article basically broke down like here's what role that those the type people fit in these groups within the game. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Oh, you found the golden issue. So, I think like subconsciously or sort of semi-consciously, I was drawn into being interested in like typology by the Vampire the Masquerade role-playing series. Because I can see the temperaments in the clans.
Yes.
You know it, David.
A little bit. My sons are much. The funny thing is, I was on the internet very early, and so I had my sons. The way they got on the internet were basically games, and unfortunately, I've regretted that ever since because they're much faster. Like I said, wait, wait, and so I gave up on the third level of Super Mario, or Mario actually, and also I never got into World of Warcraft or StarCraft or blah 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 blah, and they know all about it, but I query them, right? I query them about the different, because it's very clear, well, you got the wizards, you got the heroes. And I think, well, gee, maybe we should try to do temperaments. Create a game with the temperaments.
Yeah, it starts out like that, and then by accident you will find like a type of game or genre of game that actually you like, and you can't. Then it's impossible to get away from. For me it was like strategy type games and.
Yeah.
So I don't do it so much now, but I was actually like part of a guild of people who are sort of building up their kingdoms.
Yes.
And it was competitive. It's competitive. It's my first, very competitive, and you have to prove. Everyone has to sort of prove their sort of place.
Yes.
And it didn't require any kind of reflexes. It's all kind of brain power and cunning and avariciousness comes into it. Yeah. But the thing is, I got promoted. I got given a rank in this guild, and I thought now there's a reason to do this. I felt very proud of that. So I thought it's been worth it, yeah. So, because I met somebody who was like a really sort of like a professional gamer. He plays these things.
It's incredible.
Too much, yeah. As a it's more than a hobby for him. I think it's more like an interest.
Oh yeah.
And he sort of was saying, "Oh, you have to do this, and I will invite you to this guild." And he took me to this like games evening that lasted for like 8 or 9 hours.
Yes.
And it's practically like people almost have like an intravenous tube of like energy drinks put attached to their arm. It's continuous.
Yeah.
But there was no negativity between the people there. Just across fiber optic cable.
Yes.
But it was fun. But it's just like you need a lot of stamina for it, because at this gaming event, if they see someone who seems to be sleeping, they get chucked out.
Yeah, they get chucked out.
You have to say, I must keep awake.
So Jeff, have you done much gaming? I guess he's gone.
I think he might be sort of.
Yeah, I guess he was there a few seconds.
I think his INTP brother got him on the internet quite early.
Yeah.
So So maybe
So-
in the 80s.
Right.
I was on the internet before most people I know. I was really. It wasn't the 80s. it was you know, it was 97 or something, 96.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was the first time for me. And I was at university that had 4 computers on one dial-up connection, and so
Yeah.
it took 5 minutes to load a picture.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the thing. Is I was studying. Yeah, I'm not an IT expert or anything. But I was studying IT, and
Oh.
I was on the internet before the
Yeah.
IT department was.
Whenever
Okay.
I was
Just
in the,
unbelievable.
whenever I was in kindergarten, whenever I first had a computer in kindergarten, and it was like a little Apple computer, and there were only like 5 things you could do on the computer.
Yes.
That hasn't changed.
Yeah.
It's still only 5 things you can do.
5 things you can do, right? But just more faster.
When was that, Carrina? I mean, when were you in kindergarten? Because you're quite young.
Like what year? Yeah, I was probably like 7 years old.
How long ago? It's like 10.
What, 20 years ago?
Oh, I
Okay.
didn't know you were that old. My God.
Yeah, I'm 20. I'm 26.
26.
I thought you were
yes.
20. Oh.
2018. Let's see. That would be 2000. No. 1990.
Huh.
So, yeah.
Millennium.
Would have been right around there, yeah.
1990. Yeah. Let's see where I was. I was doing databases. Of course, the ARPANET was at that time, but I discovered the World Wide Web in 92 and 93.
The ghost of Jeff is back.
Yes, Jeff. So I'm gonna ask you a question. So, what you play games, right? But with your son, is that the deal? Internet games. Yeah.
We used to play more games together when he was younger because he liked just about anything, but he's gotten much more specialized in the games that he's liked since he's been a teenager. So we don't have the same interests.
Yeah, but the thing is,
every once in a while we'll play. I got one last year or the year before for his birthday, which was Mortal Kombat versus DC Universe on PlayStation. So we'll play that sometimes, but until my thumbs hurt too much.
Yeah, they can. The kids can do it. They just run rings around me. It's just like.
Jeff, could you tell us a story about how you first got on the internet in the 80s and what the situation was like, how hard it was, and you had a brother?
You know, I can't remember if my first internet experience was actually at home or whether it was at the Texas A&M Computer Labs, because I know my brother and I went there in like '93 or so. Before that, we'd been on CompuServe because my dad had that, and we had been on like dial-up local BBS type deals where you know the modem dials a number and then you connect to the local server. So as far as the actual like web, I think it was around '93 or so because that's when we were using the computer lab at A&M.
Yeah, that's when the web started. It was basically '93.
Yeah, and so my brother showed me that, and the first things we did basically on there were the mushes, which I don't remember what that stands for, multi-user something or other, but you know, it was a thing where you could talk with people, chat with people, but you could also like build rooms, and so it was sort of like a combination role-playing game versus, you know, and chat room at the same time. Right. And then of course he showed me IRC also, which was, you know, web of chat rooms where you just typed in the you know, if you put the pound sign or whatever, and then the thing you were interested in, you could usually find a channel with that. So.
Right.
Yeah, and then the Usenet groups, you know, it all started with something like rec or alt or whatever whatever, you know, the interest was. So, you know, I was on things like Rec Arts TV soaps, and there was one for a bunch of different TV shows individually. So like, you know, Rec Parks TV,
Yeah.
Homicide, or whatever the show was that I was into. And then sports, of course, had a bunch of groups for that and stuff. You can still find, actually, if I search for my original email address, I can find some of my Usenet posts from the mid-90s.
Really?
Because they're still logged by Google, because Google Groups basically took over the Usenet. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Wow. I wonder if I could see my Usenet stuff. I didn't do much Usenet because I was doing the FTP and all that kind of stuff before Usenet and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, well, if you try searching Google Groups, you might be able to find it for you, especially if you know the email you were using.
Yeah, I've forgotten what Usenets I used.
But the mush and the first email I used were both housed on a thing called the Cleveland Freenet, which was from Case Western Reserve University.
Okay. So, yeah, Case Western was on the ARPANET fairly early, actually.
Yeah, if it weren't for that, I probably would have never heard of that university. But because of that, I know it.
Oh, so you weren't there? You weren't going there?
No. I was still in high school in '93, and so.
Oh, okay. So you were using Usenet in '93. Okay.
Yeah, somewhere like between '93 and '95. I think my brother was going to he did a school called Texas Academy of Math and Science, which is in Denton, Texas, or University of North Texas, and so he did finished high school and started college at the same place.
So you accessed it through that way.
Yeah, so that's what he learned about when he was there, and then when he came home to College Station, we went to the Texas A&M computer lab, and he showed me all that stuff. And then, we would log on to it from home, but obviously it was a lot slower from home because it was a dial-up rather than a wired connection like the University computer lab had. So, it was a much different experience doing it at home.
Yeah, I started with the first dial-ups, what's called 110 baud. Oh man. It's slow.
Yeah,
you can't
the slowest one I remember was 300 because we had that, and we actually had. There was a time where we had a modem that I don't even know if it was 2400 or whatever.
2400.
It got. I don't know if it was a lightning storm or something, but anyway, something hit it where it went down to where it would only run at 300. So it was like we went back in time to doing that, where drawing the screen line by line.
Yeah, I know they started at 110, and then 300, and then I think I'm not sure it was 600, but 1200, 2400, and then 4800. And actually, I think there was finally a 96, but I never got onto that. And I don't think I ever had a 4800, but it was brutal. dot matrix printers at 110 baud. You print your programs out.
I should have got a dot matrix instead of spending £300 on an inkjet printer.
I would never do that. My TV would never allow me to do that ever.
Actually, this wasn't this wasn't inkjet. Sorry, I should have said what it was is that it was thermal dot. That was
laser printer.
No. This is before that.
Fax machine type stuff.
No, it wasn't fax. Basically, what happened is you have this. It's more like a mimeograph situation, in the sense that there were the heads that did the dot matrix.
Actually, right, wasn't it?
When they heat, and the thing would turn black. Yeah. So.
Because in the fax machine, it's the paper's thermal because it's like if you warm up.
You can do thermal on that, right? Yeah, but I guess in some sense you could see it as thermal, but it would actually send the ASCII characters, and then the thing would print out, heat it up.
They did I don't know if you've seen it yet. The Secret Life of Machines on WordPress. It actually does the printing as well. And I don't know if you got around to watching that.
Yeah, I watched a couple of them. Yeah, that's fun. It's fun as heck. You know, because some of that stuff I knew about, but not the typewriter one was interesting.
That one, Tim Hunkin. Do you think he's an ISTP, Tim Hunkin?
I don't know. I don't know specifically. You know,
because he seems quite reserved. It's like an INTP, but an INTP that likes to do things.
Could be, yeah. No, he definitely was making things all the time. Yeah. So could be either way, or could be an inventor. A lot of those guys that are really good at the science shows are ENTPs, or inventor rationals. Mm. They're really good at that. Really good at that stuff.
There's a series recently. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called "The House the 1950s Built."
No.
Where the similar thing where they talked about the huge difference just little things like Formica made on surfaces in a house, and then talking about in Britain things like they found that the kitchen was totally designed wrong, that the sink should be near the cooker, and
I would love it. I'd love to watch this. Now I have very strong opinions on Formica because I worked with somebody who was trying to educate me on all the different kinds of like linoleum there, and how in hospitals essentially it's living. It's actually a plant-based substance, and it has to be treated correctly and things like that. Yeah, this person I was working with did a course on like flooring. And he said, "Oh, you know what how when it should be wet, when it shouldn't be, what should be on it, and yeah." And a lot of the doctors in the hospital where I worked. I'm not a doctor. didn't know about this, and you could see it because there would be like yellow marks where the sort of like alcohol, disinfectant alcohol drops onto the lino, and it would really annoy us. But
Alf, blessing sound. Have you got any questions for Dave?
Alf is a spectator, or is it?
You can come in with a question.
Yeah, I'm not good with questions either. I need time to compose them.
Because that guy, he's serious about socionics. Is the guy with the green square? He pays to be a part of Victor Galenko's Eureka Club. So he's the person to ask who knows. Yeah. There's a heck of a lot about socionics.
I don't know anything about socionics.
Well, I've shown you a little bit when I went through the profile with you at the.
Yeah, I know, but I'm an old dog, right? And I can't. I've got Keirsey on the brain. I got Myers down, but.
When I met this ESFP person today, and it was like almost like a game. Let's guess what each other's type is, and. Mine was a bit easier because he saw a picture that kind of gave it away. I ended up talking about the Keirsey temperaments more than socionics and sort of communication styles. It was quite surprising.
Yeah, it's easier to communicate with people if you're talking to them typology first. It's talk about temperament.
Well, I mean, yeah, because the names, kind of give you an idea, whereas if you're a T, I, NP, JQ, thingamajig, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it when there are like these two codes in socionics. You have like the HS or Galenko code that uses these two letters. And you have the Model A code that has 3 letters, and when I hear people using it, I say to them, don't, because most people don't know what they mean. So it's like you use functions, temperaments.
It starts.
Ben, I had a question for David.
Oh yes, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, go on now.
Jeff?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Huh?
No, sorry, Alf was about to speak.
I feel like I'm at a seance. Is there a message coming through? Alf, are you with us?
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, go ahead.
Just ask me, does he notice any difference in the way, masterminds and architects actually work? For example, can they work together, relatively easily or not?
Typically, they can work. They can work very well together. So the mastermind. In fact, my colleague, that's part of Keirsey.com, basically is a mastermind. Even though he's religious and I'm not, or I'm an atheist. He's a Christian. But in terms of understanding temperament, of course he sat and talked to my father a bit too. So, but in general, I mean we clicked out right off the bat because we had the same interest.
But
the
JP difference would be some kind of hindrance to the two working together.
Well, as long as that you kind of agree on the basics, I think. So it's true. I in this situation, well, I mean, there's been several situations where basically, I basically say, okay, here's where we're going, and the mastermind says, okay, let's go that way, and we're going to now do these things. So my colleague right now, he basically is, going with the temperament stuff and just doing marvelous things with it, and I'm back doing theory. But we can talk about things in general. So the fact is that it's more like, okay, I've got the theory, and my father had the theory, and now we're doing implementation. And the masterminds are much better at doing implementation and strategically coming up with the plan. Okay, we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do that.
Do you sometimes find each other confusing? Or
well,
yeah.
No, I've never had that much problem. The other time, I had a very, of course, the thing is, depends on how smart the person is, right? So, I guess I'm trying to think of that. I've only really worked with closely with two people. There were INTJs.
It's different
they're both
methods,
extremely bright.
Different methods of expressing the same values.
Yeah.
That's what I got out of.
So I mean, it's I'm in the science area, so I don't know. It would be interesting if it was more of a different domain. In science, there's not really any big issues, I think, in general. That's just my experience. So I have limited experience. It's true. When I was in graduate school, I had difficulty with masterminds because they're arrogant bastards.
No,
Arrogant. They're arrogant bastards. That's in fact, my father said, "You guys are so arrogant."
The thing is, they have lots to be arrogant about. That's the thing.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're usually right. Fundamentally, we're right. We're right. The architects are fundamentally right, and
we're right, but we can't be bothered to actually prove it.
Right. Yeah. We just say, well, we're right. Yeah. Again, the masterminds are good at. Well, in fact, now that I think of it, my best friend, now is an architect, and we don't work together. I mean, he's taught me how to think very precisely in mathematics. This guy is He has a PhD in mathematics and computer science, and I'm flaky, so he basically ignores me now. But I occasionally go to him. I kind of go to him, and he's older than I am, and he's retired. But I go to him and I say, okay, I think about some mathematics, and he'll say, well, this is the way to think about it. But he's not interested in. The thing is, the architects, we're always exploring. We're always going to, okay, let's go here, let's go here, let's go here. We're going to hop to, all over the place. He's much more, straight ahead, and so I don't know how much he gets out of me, but I get a lot out of him. But he's older than I am, and I'm younger, and I'm still pursuing the mathematics. Whereas so I think it might have to do with who's on top and who's on bottom, or kind of thing. Because with my other colleague, right, he's much younger. He's like 39, and I'm 65. So I'm more of a father to him. Although my father, he considers my father his father. So it's my father's. It's the theory. We're talking about the temperament stuff, and that's where he's interested. His area of he's not interested in science. Even though he's a mastermind, he's interested in leadership. So we talk about religion occasionally, But I
am the mastermind.
Yes, the mastermind.
Yeah.
So I think Alf, are you still torn in between INTP and INTJ? I wonder what questions Dave could ask Alf to help decide between those two types in Keirsey theory.
Oh.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Architects might actually fit me better in Keirsey's theory better. I'm saying because I see myself as more of a thinker than a doer. Yeah.
And the architect profile, Alf, was based on Dave and the father as well.
That's funny because I thought it was based on my older brother. The thing that really convinced me on his type actually was when I read the section of the architect profile, and please understand me too, where it talked about why they get into arguments about like the accuracy of things. That was so my brother. Like that paragraph was like, I mean, just word for word.
But I thought your brother was an INTJ.
Oh, that's his dad.
No, my dad's an INTJ.
Okay.
An INTP
And your brother's
and an
INTP.
ISTP. And I have an ISTP
That's right.
brother
That's
also.
right. Right. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean the difference really is just that the architects are always looking for questions. When we find a good question, we really are jazzed. So my question specifically is, what does information is the negative entropy, and I've been thinking about that for the last 50 years. So I'll see something and somebody will ask a question or somebody will say some statement and I'll glom onto that because I have it's a way of searching. But the INTJ is always looking to solve problems.
Solutions.
They're much more of solutions. They're looking for solutions. So that's the thing.
Yes,
the difference.
The thing Ben's highlighted right there is what I was talking about, where it says it is difficult for an INTP to listen to nonsense, even in a casual conversation, without pointing out the speaker's error, and this makes communication with them an uncomfortable experience for many. When I read that, I thought of arguments I'd witnessed with my brother and my mother, especially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That
Well,
is.
My mother is an INFJ, and INFJs are not nearly as good at the factual accuracy. So she would state something that was sort of her sense of something, but she would say something within that was inaccurate, and my brother knew that, and he had to correct her, and then they'd get into these long arguments about it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm present.
Now, the people that say that, I mean, I think that the Keirsey INTP profile is very much like the Socionics LIA one, and I've already in the previous video, number 3, we went through the Model A profile. I think that was a really good hangout because Crystal gave this really good presentation on Enneagram where she sort of explained why it was useful to her, and then we went through the Model A of the LII, and maybe in the future we could go through the Model G once I've got clearance.
Is she an Enneagram 5 or
what's that one title?
Pardon?
What's Crystal's Enneagram?
She is an Enneagram 2, and she actually says that she thinks that she helps people, and she's an INFJ. She thinks she helps people by acting as their counselor.
Then you know what that one's titled, because your hangouts are so similarly titled. I can't remember if I've seen that one or not.
Well, it's unlisted at the moment, so I can send you the link.
Because
on Crystal's
one you had KTT hangout, and then there was another one that was and I saw both of those, so I wasn't sure if there was another one.
For the people who can see at the moment the channel, they're unlisted on my channel, but it's on Crystal's channel, and I think it's called KTT Hangout. The one where Dave's in I think it's a turquoise shirt, and he's got some bookshelves behind him.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the one with.
I watched 2 different hangouts, and so that's why I was trying to figure out if it was one of those or different, or you did another one.
Yeah, the first one that Crystal did was called David Keirsey Jr. and Ben David, I think.
Yeah, I think something like that.
Yeah, and it's it's the KTT Hangout one that is. It's good. It's structured well. This is good as well, but that one was really structured.
Yeah, well, it makes a difference when you actually have a J in the chat.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You need somebody.
Because it was so. I watched that one. I didn't finish it, but the one Crystal has on her channel that she did with I'm gonna go blank on their names, but the INFP and the ENFJ. So they had 3 out of the 4 NF types represented, and there were some things that I didn't agree with, but there were some things that the ENFJ guy was spot on, because he was talking about things he listens for or watches for in people to figure out their types. Things like, he was talking about body language, but also like words, and not even just the words themselves, but like the methods of speaking. And one thing he said that I thought was really accurate, because you could hear Crystal demonstrate it, was that with INFJs you have this sort of like, there's a pause where they have to like put their words in order before they speak, and then it comes out in it flows much better than, say NFPs, where like an INFP, for instance, still pauses before they say something, but then it still comes out kind of haphazard rather than being in an order.
It's substance but no content.
What we're doing is I don't know, what I do is I'm thinking about something, and then I'll qualify it, and then like there'll be a little digression in the qualification, and then trying to get back on track. So it's like a battle between the structure and the aggression.
That's the thing I make. It makes to me INTPs. No offense to y'all or anything, but you're the hardest to listen to in general.
Right. Yeah.
Because there are times where I just want to grab you by the throat and say, finish one sentence. Stop starting your next sentence, your next 5 sentences before you finish the first one.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I
realize that this stuff taught me that the reason y'all do that is not because you're retarded. It's because your brain is like going so far ahead of your mouth,
boom,
and you can't catch up to it.
Zoom. It's like, hey, no, I had it. This is a fun story. When I was very young, I was in 2nd grade actually. It turns out I had been reading before I had learned to talk. I talk, but I never in school. I don't know how it is nowadays, but in the old days, what they would do is they would make you sit in the thing, and then you would say the words, right? Okay, well, I was already reading before. By the time I got there, I was already reading silently. So I got into this. So I went into the normal group. They had groups, different groups. They separate you. And basically, I got in the middle group, right? And then she sent me to the dumb group, unfortunately, because I couldn't read. I couldn't read. This guy can't read at all. And the problem, of course, is I could read very well, but the problem is I couldn't speak it. I could not. My eyes were here, or my speech was up here, and my eyes were down there. Completely. And I'm still that way. I cannot read out loud.
Maybe think last time. Did you say that because Stephen has learned another language? Did you say, Dave, that you worked really hard to try and learn German, and you couldn't do it?
No. What happened was, of course, I got completely bored with diagramming sentences in English. Right? I hated English. I was great in math and science, but English I was very bad at. So, but also we were required to learn Spanish when we were kids, right? Because I'm in California, and so I didn't learn Spanish. I can't remember anything. That's my problem. I can't remember anything. So then, I said, okay, I'm through with Spanish, right? There's no way I'm going to take it in high school. So what do you take? You got to take it. You got to take a language. So I took German. Well, German is, it's terrible. You got all the conjugations and all this kind of stuff.
It's closer to English than Spanish is, though.
Yes, it is. And I appreciated that, because English is basically, the basic German is really simple. So actually,
to me, like German was, I took in high school too, and it seemed like somebody whose English is their first language, German is probably the easiest foreign language to learn.
Right.
Because so much of it is similar to English.
Right.
And the rules actually make more sense than English rules.
Right. It was fine. It's just I can't remember any of the words. So der die das, blah blah blah, and I said, okay, which is die, which is die, which is das, and who cares? But the advantage of it is that I didn't learn German except. Actually, if you ever meet me or you see me around, people will come up to me and they'll ask me something, and I actually don't say what. I say was. It's like was.
I'll do that sometimes too with Nick.
People don't realize. At the end of my sentence. So I have these words that I've learned in German a long time ago that I just. But so then I I luckily got out of high school, right? I don't have to do any German, though I tried to learn some as a master's just because I knew I'd like to learn a language. I would like to be not an idiot. So then I went to Japan, and of course I didn't know any Japanese, and so I lost my German. What words I can remember. Although what I'd learned, it's still in my brain. So then I went to Japanese, and then all of a sudden, it's much simpler. It's simple, much simpler.
Yeah.
But completely different. And so I'm looking at the grammar now. So I understand the grammar of Japanese, and I'm understanding kanji, hiragana, katakana, and the sounds, understanding the sounds. I can't remember any Japanese, very little Japanese, So I can, but I now understand Spanish, German, Japanese, and of course my wife was Thai. So learning about the tones and all this kind of stuff. So when I went to get my PhD, I got it in natural language processing, which means I understand language, very, very theoretical. But again, if you talk to me in I can't talk in Japanese or German or Spanish.
The speech part is the trick. It varies. It varies between people, but it sort of has to be kept. It has to be kept alive.
Yes.
Linguistic attrition, I think it's called. So it's like use it or lose it.
Use it or lose it.
Yeah.
But one thing I can do is I can distinguish between the different. I can hear a language and I think, oh, this is Korean, that's Japanese, that's Thai, and German, French, that kind of stuff. I mean, most people can figure out French and maybe German or something like that. So I'm very attuned to that. But again, speaking, it's forget it.
Dave, what do you think? You know NLP as well. What do you think of NLP on linguistics? Have they got it right? Or are they way off base? Or what do you think?
Jeff would tell you that the problem with you asking me that question is I could go on for a couple hours on regards to
that's
linguistics.
Good for me. That's great for me. Talk about NLP,
Okay.
and Stephen, he likes it as well.
Yeah.
Obviously it was another language. It was another religion. So I've listened to Jack and Dorf and all these other guys. I've forgotten their names now. Jack and Dorf and Lakoff and Chomsky and blah 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 blah. And go on and on and on. Basically, we were an AI, and so we poo-pooed linguistists. It's like those grammar idiots. But I learned grammar.
I found this setting now where I put the camera on the outside and then I've got it on the floor, so it looks like an old black and white TV static.
Black and white. Okay. So, like all things, right? Even though I don't understand socionics or Enneagram, and I have no interest in learning them, they might contribute something. And same thing with linguistics. Actually, I'm the only one that reviewed John McWhirter's book on Language Interrupted, and I've read Tower of Babel, and I've read Lakoff's book, and I've read a few other linguistic books, so I know a lot about language, and I get some use out of them, but it's not my approach. So that's
in socionics, thinking extroverts you.
Okay. So you know about the meta model, Dave? Do you think it's useful? Has it been useful to you?
No, I don't know what the meta model is.
Oh, it's that thing about in speech you've got the deletions, generalizations, and distortions, the sort of errors that people make in speech, and listening out for these errors, you can ask people questions to sort of like break through, sort of subtly, without them knowing. So it would say that if you tend to ask people questions which begin with how and what, you're sort of,
Yeah,
and especially if they're like
Totally.
an NF that is a bit vague, you're actually forcing them subtly to be more concrete.
Right.
Mm.
Right.
So
Yeah,
for instance,
I don't mind.
if they say they value their independence, you say, what about your independence is most important to you?
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. The other types do not like us to ask questions, and that's our natural way of doing things. Yeah.
Yeah, there
Because
was DJ R&D did one video. You know, he does that series of where he has the type and then why. And when he did that, I actually did a parody of that, but he did one that was about INTPs, and he said, he was like, INTPs, why do you sit around a room and you ask each other questions and you never conclude anything?
yep.
And it's like, whatever the answer is, it's always, well, what is that? So it's like,
What is that?
well, is that the truth? Well, what is truth?
What is truth? What is matter? What is space? What is time? What is energy? What is quantum? Yes. That's what we do.
Jeff, you're a bit rustly at the moment with your sound.
Yes.
A what? A bit what?
Rustly, it's like.
I think
Oh, yeah.
you're scraping the mic. I think.
That's the fan.
The fan?
Probably.
Is it like? Is it
Can
like
you see it? Can you see the fan?
No, I think. How are you? Are you holding?
I'm looking at
Yeah.
the lady holding the fan.
What?
Well, it's like a person moving a fan up and down.
Yeah, it's like. When I accidentally touch my mic, does it sound like that, Stephen?
Yeah. It's like a
See, can you see it?
chamber.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, there's a fan.
Okay. that's
So you're in your
insane.
house now?
Yeah.
Wow, it looks really amazing. It sounds.
Yeah, Jeff, if you, I found if you put a fan near the window, a lot of times that works, and like you blow in colder air.
Now, if we were in the mumble room, we'd be like, it's like, turn your mic off.
Ben has these programs where he just loads the disc, loads the track from the disc, and one of them is saying the thing about the fan in the window.
Oh yeah.
The other one is telling me about his little cooler, whatever it is.
Oh yeah. It's got What you can do there is you can buy bottles and you freeze them down, and there you can get a really nice cool breeze.
Here's the irony of it. Monday I was like, okay, I was desperate, and I'm like, I'm looking for something that's stronger than a fan, but not like an actual like wall unit AC thing. And all I could find was stuff, online that was like, we're going to have to ship it to you. It's going to take this many days or whatever, because none of the stores I went to had it in stock. If I had just ordered it Monday, I would have it by now. But of course, silly me, I thought they would have it fixed by now. But no, here I am on Saturday, in the same predicament. The lesson is, go ahead and order it anyway. Because even if they had fixed it, well, I could have it for next time. But
yeah, you know it's going to be hot in August.
Right, but I'm always woefully unprepared for everything. So,
but you'll adapt.
And so that's the thing I try to get across about my type of people is like, I'm almost 39 now, and I still don't prepare for anything. So when you're dealing with like teenage artisans or even young adults, don't expect that somehow you're going to train them to prepare for stuff. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
Okay.
Like you said, it's adapting. So we improve. Let's see, Keirsey used the word like technique. He said we're always looking to improve our techniques. So that gets better.
Yeah.
It's like repetition. You do the same thing. Like I talked about George Burns, I think, in the previous hangout, about like how many decades did he do the same act, but he always tweaked it because he adapted the act as the years went by, what works, what doesn't work, and he'd throw out the things that don't work and keep the things that did.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
it's kind of like doing that with everything in life.
We're the same way, except we do it with ideas.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Leon.
Oh,
Leon's
I
just
hope you
joined
don't
us.
mind. I just snuck in and I was just staring at all of you.
I mind greatly. What's he doing here?
Jeff, you look like this ethereal force, like
Yes,
this
I
energy
am.
force.
If there's one thing that people have always said about me, it's that I'm an ethereal force.
Yes.
Well,
Let's switch it to the.
any effect is better than the webcam being off. Yeah,
Exactly.
I like the predator vision.
The heat map, the heat map is really good.
The heat map is the coolest.
No, if he finds a sepia kind of lens, he might look like somebody else.
Hello, Stephen.
Hello.
I don't think I met you before.
No, we haven't met. I've seen you. I saw some of your video with Ben. Yeah.
With Ben. Yeah,
Yes.
I felt like I met Jeff before. Well, in the sense that I saw his videos. So.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm a star.
Yeah, you're a star.
Exactly.
I was just talking earlier actually about a video I saw you in, the one you did with Crystal and the ENFJ dude who I can't remember the name of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I watched like about the first half of that one, I think.
Oh, cool. That's great.
So yeah, I was talking about how the observation he had about INFJs sort of like pausing to compose their thoughts, and then it comes out like kind of in an order or flow, and that INFPs will pause and it still doesn't come out in order. Because we were talking about like communication and all that, and like I said, INTPs. For me, INTPs are like the most difficult to listen to, because of that same way of like, it's like when they talk, their brain is moving ahead of their words and they can't catch up to it, so they'll start 8 sentences before finishing one, and I just want to be like, finish your sentence.
Yeah, my brain is moving ahead, but I just, you don't hear it. My mouth closes before the rest comes out.
So Stephen, are you an INTP?
No, I'm not. No. INTJ, apparently.
INTJ?
Allegedly,
apparently.
yeah.
And I've met Carrina before.
So what is Carrina?
Lucky you.
What's Carrina?
Yeah.
Don't know.
I remember she's the ISFP, right? Yeah.
Okay.
I call them feisty feisties because that's the functional code. FISE, feisty feisties.
Oh, I thought Carrina was listening, but she looks like she has that very intently listening look.
I think
She's not there.
I think she's gone. Yeah.
I said hi to her, so that's
I was gonna say, Ben, the only time I use that kind of thing usually is making the function words like that is I talked about similarity with ENFPs and ESFPs, and I said we both have that fight in the middle.
Your sound has gone really low, Jeff.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
We can.
Okay.
Oh.
Now we lost you completely.
Jeff, maybe you got low battery? I don't know if you're plugged in.
It's hooked up now.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
I might have accidentally covered the mic with my thumb. I didn't forget where it is on this. It was really easy with the laptop because it was always at the top. But this I can turn, and now it's at the top.
I could go to the control room and increase your volume. I've never really done this before.
Oh, she's typing. You see that?
Yeah, she's aware. She's here. Yeah, good.
You don't want to talk too many to these. Two INTPs are too much.
Yeah, I mean, I can see sometimes people taking a back seat because I've done some radio stuff, and too many voices can sort of disturb the dynamics.
Right.
I'll keep quiet. So, yeah.
No, it's good. It's people get different types.
Mm.
Ben and I are classic INTPs or architect rationals, and Leon is an INFP, or a healer idealist.
Yes.
And then,
Yes. So with TypeTips in here, we've actually got a cooperator.
yeah. So it's too bad we don't have the composer. Should contribute to people see.
Jeff,
What's the name for Jeff's type?
Napoleon.
He's a performer, actually. Performer.
Oh yeah, politician. Yeah.
Dave, is it that the composer is the hardest type? I might have asked this before, the hardest type to define and actually know what's going on in their head.
No, I wouldn't say that. My father has said the composer is the hardest to get to know.
Right.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah, I mean, they're most misunderstood is probably what.
Yeah, that's
more of that.
Said that.
More must be understood is so. I think that's pretty accurate. Although obviously each type it can be easily misunderstood by everybody else. Yeah, it's like the only person you really understand is yourself, and the rest.
A great example of that, was Bob Dylan, because everyone always wanted to attribute all these deeper meanings to all of this stuff, and he would flat out tell them. He would tell them, I make music that sounds good, man, and everyone would be like, they wouldn't believe him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, I'm not interested in the music. I'm interested in, doing, new stuff, and of course, the new stuff.
NT is when they hear about pop music being deep, they think, really?
Well, no, some of the pop music's pretty good, Like, to me, I'm a Moody Blues fan, so pretty good stuff. But I have to admit, I do like. I am a creature of my time. I do like Led Zeppelin too.
Do you like the Eagles, Dave?
So with ISFP, a not really understood type. That's true of FI in general. FI is a dominant function because a lot of us suck at communication.
FI is, again, define FI again. What is it? What is it?
Oh, sorry.
Translate.
Dario would say staying true to yourself. Yeah, sorry to talk over you there, Leon, but yeah, so staying true to yourself.
Okay. What's an FI?
And not really communicate about it, essentially. So, so what those are, FI, those are the, you could say the IFPs. So INFP and ISFP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you said, what did you say? Sorry about, you said FEs do FI or FIs?
Yeah. So I said the IFPs are not very good at communicating.
ISFPs, you're saying ISFPs and INFPs are not very good at communicating.
Yeah.
Leon, we talked when we went through your profile. We talked about control FE, where you read the emotions from the people around you, but you're not very expressive, or you've had to work on that.
Oh yeah, that's true. So that's why a lot of INFPs, they would ask you questions, but when you want to ask them questions, and they start to become evasive, and they'll start asking you more questions.
Yeah, that's true. Although yeah, I would agree with that. But then again, they're the best way of communicating with animals and kids. You know, that,
Yeah.
right?
Things that don't talk back. Yes. So, but I remember Jeff was in some sort of I think he had been he was talking to EJR or somebody else, and he says that
Ginger J.
Jeff just said that he was in a hangout with a bunch of other INFPs, and he has to make sure that he lets them speak up, or else all of them are just going to go quiet, so that in order to listen.
I have to restrain myself.
Hey, Ben.
Well,
that reminds me. I was going to set up a special hangout for INFPs, wasn't I, Ben?
Oh yes, we were going to call it the INFP Elimination Chamber.
Yeah.
Then Stephen thought actually that's too aggressive for them, but even though they should have picked up on the irony.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I've got an exceptional healer, idealist, or an INFP. She is definitely sui generis, I would say. She's unique, but she's Australian. And Australians are different. They're different from other people, although they're very, very much like the Texans. But,
oh yes. What I've noticed with Australians is like there's isn't your friend from Melbourne, Victoria, as well?
Well, she's been all around Australia, but
right.
Primarily from in the outback. So
right.
So she's but she's definitely not a shrinking violet.
Because in Australia, it's like you have the rest of Australia, and then you have Melbourne, and Melbourne is like the most left-wing part of Australia, but everywhere else is like Queensland is very conservative and a lot like Texas.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get her to take me there. So
Dario's been there. Dario's been to Brisbane. I've got relatives in Brisbane. Yeah, it's very, very refreshing. Yeah, sorry if I talked over anyone.
No. I think I was talking over. I was just. I think it may have been me. I believe I have an uncle and an aunt in Brisbane. I believe.
At the moment, I'm adjusting Jeff's sound so that when he talks, I'll increase his volume, and then when he's not, I'll just lower it slightly to lower that rustle.
It's rare that anyone says that I need to decrease or I need to increase my volume.
You're fine.
Back when I was in elementary school and I first time I ever sang on stage, then I got that feedback. I needed to sing louder because I think I was really nervous.
Yeah, the vocal cords kind of they become rigid.
Project for an audience.
Jeff, it looks like you're lying down and you're like in a sunny place. I hear the wind, so it's like the beach or something like that.
I wish I was at the beach.
You're giving that impression. You might as well claim that you are at the beach.
Well, earlier at the beginning of the video, I was in my car, but I took advantage of the rain stopping just long enough to go inside, I needed to go to the bathroom, so I had to take that opportunity. But the sky was looking really menacing, so I'm like, it's probably better I go inside now, and I can hear it's raining. It's raining harder now, so
that means it will cool down, though.
Not enough.
Stephen, have you got your Balzac picture in your album?
No, don't even.
No, I haven't got it now. I've done like a reformat recently.
If you want me to leave, that's how to do it.
Okay, I won't show that.
No, I won't do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, if people want to do an image search on Air de Balzac, they can.
Yeah, I can tell them what they can do with their Balzac. But we'll keep this chat, PG or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
Is Balzac a group?
Writer,
no, it's actually the nickname. Yeah, it's a writer. It's the socionomics nickname for INTJ.
Oh, okay, the Balzac.
Yeah.
Okay, Balzac as in the writer. Okay. Because the Balzac, I'm pretty sure, was an artisan.
He looks. It's a possibility. It looks like one.
I'm ignorant of most literature. So, I've the snippets I've seen is Balzac is one of these.
Okay, well,
Like Flaubert, right? Flaubert, Balzac.
Because there
He's
seems
really
to be
observant.
this divide. So Dave, maybe you can help me with this, because didn't your father say that Shakespeare was actually irrational?
Well, we've talked about it many times. We basically are agnostic about Shakespeare. Everybody wants to claim him, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is that I've heard, like, NF's idealists cling to Shakespeare, like, no, he's one of us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And so I remembered that, because I always take note when somebody kind of deviates from the common perception, and so I thought I remembered something like that. I do it on the Beatles, because to me, I see the Beatles as being one of each temperament, and obviously some people disagree with me about that, but there's a lot of people who think George Harrison was an idealist, and I think he was irrational.
No, he's irrational. He was not.
Yeah, because his quest was for knowledge. He wanted to learn about everything.
And mystical knowledge as well. He's a mystical INTJ.
A mystical INTJ? No. That's Keirsey.
Oh. I think INTJs, they've started all of these, like, strange occult sects. They, I stayed with an INTJ guy. He seemed perfectly normal, apart from the fact he was like he identified as being a Satanist.
So they are counselor idealists.
he was a politician, but his religion was like very. He said an occult magician. But it was extremely.
Yeah, my father and probably me would cast them down to hell. If they believe in mysticism, you're cast. I now cast you to hell.
As I was trying to say before my iPad rudely reset, people will point to Harrison with all the spirituality stuff as a reason why he was an idealist, but to me the thing was he didn't necessarily believe in any of it. He just wanted to learn all of it. And then to me, that's what makes me think NT, is because he really didn't. He had a very skeptical view of all of it. He just wanted to know everything. He wanted to know all paths. That's what a song like "My Sweet Lord" was about. It had all these different, like, expressions of this idea of calling out to God or the universe or whatever, because it was like, here's all of these different ways that people do this. And so it was not as much, it wasn't the John Lennon style of let's all hold hands and sing, imagine this, world of no boundaries and stuff. Harrison wasn't like that.
I heard, well, the funny thing, I had a theory when I used to be new at the Myers-Briggs, and, I guess back then, when people first started, if you really like a certain kind of person, you want them to be your type. So I had a theory that all the Beatles were each of the FPs. So we have.
Yeah, I think you're actually.
I think you got two
I would
of
kind
them.
of agree with that.
Yes.
Well, I think McCartney
it's
and
FP
Lennon
territory.
really are FPs, but not the other two.
Wait a minute, Dave.
Yeah, no, I would say definitely 3. I would say that Ringo would be probably an operator, most likely crafter, I would say. That's my guess. Then definitely John, of course, is a promoter, actually. And yeah. Well, I mean,
right? Yeah.
Yeah, he was a bully when he was a kid. If you read about it.
That's funny. That's funny because I keep seeing these things like, they claim that he is an INFP, and I think he's an ENFP,
Right.
but people say he can't be an INFP because he's such a jerk. He has to be some other type, and they have all these types which they think are jerks.
It's
Right.
funny because my son, who is an ESTP, he says all ISFPs are jerks.
I heard that.
So McCartney is. I think everybody agreed that McCartney is a composer. Everybody.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
would agree. Yeah.
I heard that in an interview John Lennon gave with Playboy magazine, he actually talked about enjoying hitting women. Is that
Really?
true, Jeff?
I have
Yeah,
no
I think
idea.
he changed. That's the thing is, I think if Lennon's not an idealist, then they don't exist. Because if you read the stuff he says,
Yeah.
he's so. It doesn't matter that he was a bully. That was his like striking out against what he saw as an oppressive, hierarchy or whatever.
I read a really weird theory about him being in.
And see, here's the thing: is I don't like John Lennon, so I'm not saying this because I'm trying to idealize John Lennon.
Okay.
I think he's the worst example of what's bad about idealists. So,
He's an ENFJ, that's why.
It's the reverse of you saying
You're throwing him up.
Shakespeare is I'm not claiming John Lennon and it's like
Yeah.
the same.
Cast him
The
out.
same thing, yeah, because everything. He was very anti-freedom. He wasn't in favor of freedom. He wanted everybody to be, to be his ideals, and so he contrasted with McCartney a great deal. Like one reason they had to stop working together. They worked really well together for a while, but they
Right.
couldn't keep it up because of that very conflict. To me, so much of what broke up the Beatles, when you read about that, is a classic artist and idealist conflict. Why they couldn't get along any longer.
I guess I interpreted it more artist and that Harrison. I don't know enough about Harrison to really make the decision on him, but I got the feeling that he was the one. He was the go-between between the two of them, right? He kept them. He kept them
that part is
going
probably
for a long.
true, but the thing is that even with him, like Harrison was the one.
Yeah, he's the one that wanted to leave, George Harrison.
He
Yeah.
said as soon as she started having a say in the band, he didn't want to. He wanted to get out.
He wanted to get out. Exactly. Yeah.
Stephen said something. Well, he said that he said that he thought John Lennon was ENFJ. What do you think of that, Dave?
No, I couldn't see that. I could see maybe, if he's an idealist. Let's see. If he's an idealist, what would he be? He wasn't a teacher idealist. Because here's the reason, or the specific reason. I'd have to think about it to figure out. But as it turns out, when he was a father, right? What was his son? I've forgotten his son's name.
Sean or
Sean.
Oh, okay.
They were in an apartment, right? And they were doing something, and John came in and said, "Oh, let's do X, right, or something to that effect." It was going to have play with them, and then they kind of ignored him, and so he said, "Oh, screw it, I'm out of here," kind of thing. So he wasn't. The teacher is one. They're really good at making sure everybody is learning at the time, and I think he was much more of a hands-off kind of person. That's my feeling, is that he wasn't. The teachers are pretty direct. I mean, my mother was a teacher idealist. I know all about teacher idealists. So they're pretty. I can't see him being he wasn't a directive idealist. I can't see him as a directive idealist.
I think when I see him talk in interviews, he kind of reminds me of like an ENP. He's very whimsical. He kind of says a lot of like nonsense. Yeah. There's lots and lots of nonsense.
I was given advice by an ENFJ though. If it's, I mean, if you're in a group, if one is amongst a group of people and they have nothing to offer and you really have no reason to be there other than you sort of are compelled to be there. He said, what you have to do is to walk out the room. He actually said that to me, so I don't know.
Okay.
They're sort of I think maybe he was like the not so healthy kind. He said, well,
it's true. I mean, let's look at Yoko.
This is what's confusing because
I think she's more of a promoter. She really, to me, I would think she was a promoter. But you're right. I don't know.
Yes, because she controlled John Lennon. So
he let him.
She owned him.
Yeah, there's no way that a promoter would let
two promoters together.
Shot after, I just don't see that. But the other one I was going to say was, and this is the one I'm the least sure of, but so it could have just been me trying to fit it into the box of them all being four temperaments. But to me, Ringo seems the most guardian of the Beatles, and you know, he sort of filled that role with the band. When he started doing solo stuff, a whole lot of it was covers. Like, he didn't seem to bring much of his own creative stuff to it. It wasn't it made me think, you know, he seems less artisan. And then the thing that really made me think was that he made this pledge that he was going to answer every fan letter that he ever got.
Really?
And after like 30 years, he made an announcement. And the announcement about that wasn't, he was not, I'm not going to be able to fulfill this pledge. It was, stop sending me letters. So, and to me, that struck me as very a guardian thing, because it was not, you know, oh, I'm going to have to stop this. He was like, I'm still going to fulfill this promise. But in order for me to do it before I die, you have to stop sending me letters. And I just like, to me, an artisan would have given up on that decades before. There would be stacks and stacks of there would be letters that he never even, you know, because he might have said that once, but he never would have fulfilled it.
Yeah.
What do you think he was, like an ISFJ, or what do you think he was, Jeff?
That could be, yeah, that could be. I could buy that.
I don't know. I mean, the problem is, I'm pretty sure he was an artisan, but it maybe.
Well, that's the one that, you know, that I could probably be more easily convinced was true. But I think maybe I don't know a whole lot. I know less about actually his family history than I do the other ones, and so it's possible that he's an artisan.
Well, another example they might think of is that you might that kept these bands together is Mac of Fleetwood Mac, right? He was a crafter, and he was the drummer, but he got it together, right? He got all these guys to go together, and was able to, in fact, have you get each person in the band, right? But he was definitely an artisan. There's no way that Mac is a
that I can buy. And actually, the other band I thought of was Motley Crue, because that's a band I think is all artisans. But Mick,
who's the right? The quiet one.
Debauchery in private or something like that.
Right.
So, because the other three, you've got in my opinion, you have Vince Neil as the promoter, and then you have two performers, Nikki Sixx and Tommy Lee, and then you have Mick as the crafter, who was the one that doesn't get the headlines, but meanwhile he played, was the lead guitar on all their songs.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. None of the Motley Crue were not artisans. Those were artisans.
No, they're definitely. And I think probably, you know, the majority of rock and roll bands were mostly artisans. There obviously are exceptions to that, but to me, the reason it stands out, that's why it stands out when there's a band that has people that aren't, because they're different than the other bands. There's something different. And to a modern band, to me, that's like that is Switchfoot, because I think their lead singer and primary songwriter, John Foreman, I think he's an idealist. But his brother Tim, who's the lead guitarist and sort of the other songwriter of the band, is an artisan, and I think I see some of that same dynamic of the way that they collaborate.
Right.
Where John just kind of comes out with these outlandish ideas about what he wants to write about, and then Tim's job is sort of to try to make it sound good. You know, how do we take that and then make it into something that musically, makes sense?
Just since we're on the subject, I was for a long time. I didn't pay some people I didn't pay attention to much at all. I for some reason I would pick certain people that were interesting. But one person I regulate. I put them in a box because I didn't think much of them. That one of them is Neil Young. As it turns out, Neil Young, I just assumed that he was just the standard artisan rocker kind of person, but I was convinced that just recently by a composer artisan who knows music. He said, no, he's a healer idealist. And I said, what? I watched him, and it was, oh my God. He's a healer idealist, and it's like, oh my God, I couldn't believe it. But if you look at the guy, he is.
Yeah, I remember when we actually had the discussion on the forum about Neil Diamond, and we kind of came to that same conclusion about him.
No, not Neil Diamond. Sorry, Neil Young. Neil Diamond, I also apparently he's a healer idealist, but Neil Young, and of course he has that hat, and all that kind of stuff, and he's got that attitude, bad attitude, or not the rocker attitude of like, I don't give a shit about this. But if you listen to his
troubadours, it's like,
it kind of comes with the territory. But I tend to be the one on the type forums that kind of that's pointing, kind of the reality check sometimes when especially NFs want to claim like every great songwriter is one of their own, and I'm like, that's not really true. There's a lot of, especially ISFP songwriters.
Oh yeah, most of them are composers, I think.
Yeah, I mean, like Paul Simon's another example. To me, he could be like a prototype for the composer. Same thing with Billy Joel, another good example.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Jeff, what you were doing there when you were talking, there wasn't any rustling, and then suddenly it's gone rustling again.
You banned me.
I was just about to. Yeah, I was just doing some experiments.
Leg, so probably the leg was what did it.
I think.
So okay, do it. You hear it now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah. Bit this.
You can move it around different places and see if it improves up and up.
It might be that's just the fan. The fan is.
I think it's the moving the mic. Stephen's very. Yeah.
So what do
you can switch yourself. I think you're back on, Leon. You're already on. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. All right.
Leon's just a hiss, but that's okay.
Okay. All right. What about me? I mean, is you hearing what you were talking about?
It's like a mic. It's like it's like this, Jeff. But Stephen, if you close your ears, I'll show him what it's like. It's like that. That's me. Right. Stop now.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, do I need to mute mine then?
Well, I mean, could you prop up if you propped it up somewhere?
Prop up what?
Your thing, your my device.
Hey now. My what device?
Your iDevice.
My iDevice.
Have you got a stand?
No, that's what I said earlier. I haven't got anything yet because I haven't decided what I want to do. Want to get.
Are you on the couch at the moment? Could you
Yeah.
prop it up on the end and then turn to the side of it?
It must be
It's
the fan.
probably better I just leave.
No, don't be like that.
Well, I'm not going to go through
Well,
a
I don't
science
know. After
project.
you said not every singer-songwriters, and
I tell
you're
you what
breaking
you
my
do.
dream. You're breaking
Jeff,
my dream up.
we could do a deal with Jeff where he switches his mic off, but as soon as he switches it back on again, everybody else stop talking, and then Jeff can talk.
Well, are you saying it's different when I'm speaking?
No, I was just saying
No,
that
calm down.
you
Yeah,
said
no,
before that you could switch your mic on and off. I was just saying that as soon we have like a little symbol, and I was just saying that as soon as you switch your mic back on, then we know that you want to say something, and we'll give you the floor.
Yeah, it does
I
work.
always want to
Yeah.
say something. I have to try to wait for somebody else to finish before I can talk again. Now, see, there's I'm going to give an example of how, I don't know if matured is the right word, but aged anyway.
Aged,
that
yeah.
10 years ago, or even less, like as soon as, like earlier when the discussion turned to like something about, I don't even remember, but it was something about, that shows you how much I pay attention. It started getting like, too abstract. Like
Theoretical.
I just would have quit. I just would have been like, all right, done with this, bye. And the fact that I can actually like delay that a little bit, listen a little bit more, it doesn't mean I'm any more interested in the subject than I would have been. It just means that I've learned to,
yep. Right. You got five. You give him 5 minutes, right?
It's like it's like right. It's like it's like when in August when they have the hurricane season, and you go outside and you can hear the wind going over the mic. That's a bit like that.
Yeah. No, it's a fan. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
mate.
it's a fan.
Oh, got it now. Yes, it's the wind from the fan going over the mic. That's it. Right. Oh, maybe you could try that. If you try that, let's see if it is better. That's a little better.
It helps with the just ethereal flavor though, with the the wind and the color scheme. So I take everything he says a lot more. I take it pretty seriously. I'm like, this is coming from a higher source.
Yes.
Right. Oh, Jeff's. So, Jeff, did you say you think your father looked like on Air de Zach? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I thought you said that. 50. All right. Yeah.
out of fashion sweater that he's wearing, and the way too big glasses and all that. It just couldn't possibly be a bigger stereotype. But he doesn't look like that now. Like as an adult, like as he got older, he looked a lot less like that. Which is why, as I knew him as a child, I saw my father as kind of two, I guess more than two sides, but almost like sort of a double thing where, because he was my father, because he was very strict, in the household he was like a guardian. And when we would go out places and he would get to drinking, then he was more like an artisan, because he was hitting on the women and he was doing, in both environments, I didn't see as much of what would be considered stereotypical INTJ behavior. But so it took me a little bit longer to figure out my father's type. But when I read the description and I really thought about what it is he did when he was in his comfort zone, he couldn't be more. He couldn't be more, a mastermind. That is who he is, And once I figured that out, the other sides of him started to make more sense in terms of how awkward he really was with those things. Because, like, the Brains and Careers talked about, it's not that people don't fill roles that don't come naturally to them. It's just they have to put forth more effort to do it. And I could see the effort when he had to do something that wasn't, in the mastermind's natural abilities. When he was doing that, then he was always fantastic. I mean, no one could top him. That's the whole point. The things that he was most interested in, he wanted to master them, and so he did. He worked at Westinghouse for 20 years, and they would call him, all hours of the night to fix computer problems, because they knew that, he was the go-to guy for that, because he taught at a college, at a junior college. And he knows something like 30 different programming languages, and they asked him to teach one of the few that he didn't know. So he read the book. He read the book and then went in and taught it. It was like, okay, well, I've got to prepare for this.
Well, if you know 30 computer languages, one's pretty much the same. I get jobs. Yeah. I'd say, I don't know this one, but at least I learn it. just give me the manual.
And that's the ability that my father has that I was just in awe of, was his ability to read a manual or something and just know. He just do it. That was. Yeah. I'm definitely not like that.
Jeff, I just come across a file where I wrote out what you said in our first chat about how you think ESFPs experience guilt in a totally different way from SJs, and then I wonder if you compare your experience to Leon's. You were talking about.
Oh yeah, well I've said that I don't know if I actually ever have experienced guilt, because the way that I have heard guilt described by people, the common way that people talk about what they feel like when they're guilty, I've never felt that, ever. So I came to the conclusion...
but this is what he said. It's gone off a bit, but that's what he said. Can everyone see that? I mean, my writing's a bit poor there, but...
Well, Jeff, you're now on record for saying this.
Yeah, but it shows how much... How insightful I thought it was.
Sorry, crashed again.
Yeah. That's what you said in the first one, and I thought, wow, really? That thing there. Maybe you could say more about that. You said that if you ever did feel bad, it was that for not recognizing somebody had affected someone's feelings.
Right, and that's the F artisans, I think, do feel that, but thinking artisans, I don't think they even have that part. Because they don't care about other people's feelings.
Yes, that's true.
So
that's a stereotype, of course. Yeah. Everybody, it's a stereotype. But yeah, actually,
STPs probably feel guilty if they had an opportunity to get over on someone and they missed it.
Well, you gotta take Justin Fowler, and he's I call him there are plenty of stand-up promoters and directors.
But I'm the last one.
Just don't cross him.
Yeah, I'm not going to say they're all crooks or anything like that. You know, no, they all could be, but they're not.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just don't cross them.
Yeah, the thing is that, you know, I've said about my son,
Oh.
like anything that he put his mind to, you know, if he wanted to be a good criminal, then he would be, you know.
Yeah.
But you know, as it is, he just talks about, you know, killing people and burning things down. He doesn't actually do it. But yeah, the guilt thing. Like I remember, I watched the show Seventh Heaven, and they had this episode all about the kids. I don't even remember what they did, but they were experiencing what they called guilt gut, where they had this like feeling. And then of course you got the classic, you know, telltale heart of like, you know, the beating heart that doesn't go away. You know, these kind of feelings. And I'm like, I've never experienced that. And it doesn't mean that I haven't felt bad if I hurt someone, because I have, but I still haven't felt guilty. And there's never been a time where, you know, I did something and then some kind of thing ate away at me. You know, the only thing that ever eats away at me is anxiety that's caused by, like I said, either that I hurt someone's feelings or that I'm going to get caught at something. You know, when I think about my life, the times where I had done something where I could get caught, those I would have anxious feelings about because I would worry that somebody was going to catch me, especially my father, because he was the one I was most scared of. I was talking to my son the other day. I said, you know, in high school, if somebody had asked me, you know, let's go vandalize something or whatever, I wouldn't have done that because, and it wasn't because I was afraid of police. It was because I was afraid of my father. In fact, I probably would have liked to have been arrested. If my father came, you know, I'd be behind bars. We'd have something separating us.
Said for old school parenting.
I'd say, go ahead and leave me in here. I want to stay longer. I don't want to go out with him.
So how do the rest of you experience guilt?
No, I was just thinking, Leon, you could say, because you're an FI type as well, and Jess an FI type. I was just wondering if it's an FI thing. What about you?
I think the INFP infamously feels guilt even when they don't need to. Like they kind of like imagine that they should be feeling guilty about something, but they actually don't have. It's like, and then they're extremely hard on themselves. So
I always think of Atlas. You know, the whole weight of the world on your shoulders thing is what I think of with NFPs, especially INFPs.
Yeah.
it's like, you know, I remember. There was a
I feel guilty about things I don't have control over. Like I say, that's my fault. That's my fault that happened. Yeah.
A Saturday Night Live sketch that I saw. It was it was a parody of PBS had that show, The McLaughlin Group, and they did a parody on SNL they called the Sinatra Group. So it was supposed to be Frank Sinatra was the host, and they had rotating, you know, guests or whatever they were on the show, and one of them they had Sinead O'Connor on there. And to me, what she said in her answer would like typify the INFP mentality, because whatever the question was, Sinead said something like, "I don't know how you can laugh when there's so much suffering in the world." And that's kind of the, you know, the stereotype I've gotten from INFPs. It's like somebody somewhere is experiencing pain right now, so I'm experiencing pain. Yeah. How come all of you aren't? What's wrong with you?
Yeah. Oh, there we are.
I'd like to comment on FI Polar for the ENTP and ESTP.
Oh, okay.
Could you explain that to me? What does that mean?
That means that the introverted feeling, as in they don't really care how people feel and stuff like that, which I think is not true at all. I think they actually do care a lot, but they just have no idea how to evaluate that. Or even when they try to, they get confused.
Yeah, my son tells me, because I tell him, and he's not heard this just from me, but I've told him that he comes off as hostile to people. And he tells me that he doesn't intend to. And what I told him was, I understand, like, I believe him when he says he doesn't intend to come off as hostile. What I've told him is, if you continue to do the things that you already know will be perceived that way, then in a sense you're sort of endorsing that. You're saying, I realize this comes off this way, so I'm going to keep doing it anyway. And that's what it seems like to me, is it's the you know, it's not that every, you know, ESTP sets out to be hostile to people, but it
Some of them
it
do.
doesn't rise to the level. Yeah, some of them do, but it's
Some
not,
of them do,
not
but
all
it's a manifestation of that problem. It's just one way that it
Yeah.
can happen. And I think
Yeah.
in general they just don't know how they feel about people sometimes. Really,
Yeah,
it's just an inability to pay attention to your own reactions to things.
Yeah,
And there's a bad stereotype though there.
The
Yeah.
immaturity is just it's a lack of awareness more than anything.
Yeah,
And I think with my son, he's probably more self-aware than most ESTPs of his age by far, because the kind of concepts that he can talk about within himself, to me, it's so far ahead of so many people. I mean, there's ESTPs, you know, of my age that would not have the kind of awareness of how they affect other people that he does.
Right. I think what they're trying to, my guess is that they're focusing on results, and they're really not paying attention to the effect of other people, other than I want you to do this. I want you to go this way. I want to do this. I want us to do this. And they're always result of getting action done. And the feelings, they just don't focus on that.
Yes.
By the way, Carrina, I don't want to alarm you, but I think someone stuck some sort of thing for your mouth. You might want to get that looked at.
Oh, your mic's off, Carrina.
Mic's off, Carrina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I did just get it looked at, and they showed me everything was fine except it was missing a hole, and then they poked a hole in it, and now everything's better.
Oh, okay. All right. I try to be helpful and point out when I observe things, because I am the observant one.
You are very observant, and I do appreciate your talents. Thank you for using them constructively.
You're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you. See, I'm glad somebody appreciates me.
So there's actually, when you were talking about guilt before, there is actually a part of the brain that is very guardian, and oh, here we go. That is this part here behind the left ear. It's about they actually, like with their facial reactions, if they're talking to someone and they get a frown on their face, these guardians they'll have a reaction inside, and there'll be activity in that part of the brain behind the left ear. This is for right-handed people, and they will feel bad even if it's not their fault. They have a reaction to the objective facial expression on somebody else.
That makes sense to me. I like the idea of psychological space, where it's like your most strong functions, you kind of like use them for everyone else also. So like you don't expect other people to feel guilty for those things. You just feel that guilt, and it's like that part of the emotional environment is handled.
And this bit here, what is this? What we got here? Protector and inspector. They use the back part of the brain a lot, and we know that the back part of the brain is to do with vision. They use that part of the brain a lot. O1 and O2. You probably know these regions, Dave, because these are the.
No, I know.
Oh,
I know T1, T2, that kind of stuff, but no.
I
think
thought
so.
these were the regions that they always called them on the EEG.
I don't know. All I know is
Right.
no. I don't really know the I know that the visuals in the back.
Yeah.
There's Wernicke's and all that kind of stuff, but this visual engineer and abstract impressionist, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Other than
I think it's
what
just
you
he's assigned skills to those areas. Those types of people have activity in that part of the brain. What I think happened is, as the research gets better, there's more technology improves. So, for instance, Jeff took, and we could ask Jeff about this. He took Dario's test, and he had a diagram where there's like 24 regions instead of 16. So it's just like the EEG cap that has more sensors on it. And And this bit here is that about the SJs being like the what is this inspector and protector, where they like the process. So like process, here we go, manage processes. So maybe that can fit in with what do you think about that, Dave?
I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
Oh, well, like here, like you say, guardians, don't they like a process and a routine?
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Right, and so we've got
I don't know how you. I don't. Again, I don't understand where you're talking about the brain part of that. Haven't paid attention. So, yes.
I also know somebody who works with brain software and says that that's kind of not exactly right.
Yeah, but is that Roan?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Dario would say to Roan is do the research.
Yeah, Rowan does.
Rowan works with the human brain. But I think we don't have to talk about that right now. But at some point, we should actually have a real discussion about this.
Yeah, with Rowan.
Yeah, with Rowan. If he's interested, we'll see.
That's the problem, though. So
See, I think we should have a real
go
discussion about the return of Crystal Pepsi.
What is that?
There's some competitive eater guy, and I don't remember his name, but apparently he's been on this campaign to bring back Crystal Pepsi, and he recently got a letter that said that it's going to. Basically, it said like, "Stay tuned. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised" or something. So this dude basically single-handedly brought it back. So that was was a reason to celebrate for me. But and my son was like, "What's that?" And I'm like, "Man, you're too young. You don't remember Crystal Pepsi." You weren't alive.
I don't know what Crystal Pepsi is either.
Is this Socionics visual identification? You can tell who an ISFJ is by how they're making clownish expressions.
I was going to ask Dave that. Are these the expressions that the ISFJ makes?
It sure looks like it. I have to admit, not studying but that. Of course, I know. Again, I'm biased here because I kind of know who she is now. But yeah. The definitely looks very, very guardian-like expressions, but
a lot. Yeah, go ahead. The last hangout that we didn't record that one, but I was talking about when I rewatched around presidential debate season. C-SPAN will rerun previous debates from previous election years. And they showed the 1992 vice presidential debate, and I was the first time I had seen it under, after I read Please Understand Me Too, where he talks about the hands, the hand motions that are common to the temperaments. And I noticed over and over again, Dan Quayle was doing the meat cleaver guardian motion, and Al Gore was doing the point to invisible things in the air rational movement, and I was like, they were doing it over and over again. I was watching it in this whole new appreciation for. I'm like, he's doing it again. He's doing it.
The hand is raised is rational. Did you say, Jeff?
According to my father, we use the claw. We tend to, like this, it's like, okay, it's like we shape things, it's like, levels of chaos.
I remember the other one he mentioned. The other one he mentioned though was pointing to invisible points, and that was one that Al Gore was doing over and over again.
Where can I read this stuff?
That was in Please Understand Me Too, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Actually, earlier on, I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to show the pictures. I actually took screenshots of my own body language in the video, and I did observe some of the things that you've been speaking about. Quite surprising.
Yeah,
I didn't know I did that.
I remember because this again won't surprise Dave probably, because I don't like to do stuff that's predictable. But so when I caught myself doing the the pawing motion that he talks about artisans doing. I was like, I found myself, I kept pulling my hands back. Every time I would notice that I was doing it, I would stop, I would pull my hand, like I put my hands down, like, no, I don't want to do that.
Oh, that's neat. Well, you were showing a picture of Laura. She's an ISFJ, and
Yeah.
ISFJs have they often have very very calm and tranquil eyes. You know.
I can
So
try and zoom in on that.
Well, I guess if you see Laura in person, if you see her moving around, a lot of ISFJs have this very tranquil eyes.
At the moment, she's doubting her type, so
Oh
I
yeah.
won't say. So
All
we
SCIs doubt their type.
So part of it is the anti-guardian bias. So I thought, Liam, we could do a video with Laura, and we can just compare you two, see if she might be INFP or not.
Oh,
Now,
why do you think ISFJs doubt their types?
It's just something I see all the time. A lot of them, almost all of them, think that they're either INFJs or ISFJs. Or yeah, INFJ, ISFJ, and INFP. These are the three types that confuse themselves for each other.
Yeah. Again, I think if she figures out, if you look at the difference in the values, between guardians and idealists, then it should become pretty obvious. Because they're so different. I mean, they're both cooperators, but they just have totally different goals. The guardians are about everyone needs to follow the rules and be doing things the right way, and conforming to where you come from. And the idealists are always looking at things that should be changed, and looking at new ideas and new ways of doing things, and it's just it's a very different
that's an
approach.
important distinction. That's an important distinction. You can see that in quadra values too, but like in general, the program function, which is the first function, can tell you a lot about a type. Can tell you like huge differences between two types.
How they communicate.
Yeah, and what they try to, what their main goal is in life, what they're always trying to get out of life, or what they're always trying to create.
Yeah.
Right. This is the table that Jeff was talking about. If people please understand me too. I hope Dave won't kill me for showing this from the book.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh.
No, that's the matrix.
Yeah,
that's the matrix.
If you go through that, it becomes so much easier because they're very different in what's important to them when you get down to it.
Yeah.
In fact, I shouldn't need to show the names of the temperaments. People can work it out from what's in here.
Oh yeah.
See, what I love about that is that he recognized even that thing about artisans want to have things that sound good, and he made the artisan things alliterative. They're all start with A. Because it's fun to say. Artistic, audacious, adaptable.
Yes.
Whereas, resolute, that doesn't sound good.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Autonomous, ingenious.
Okay.
Oh my God! Calm, reason, achievement, knowledge, deference, wizard, mind mate, inventor.
Did you say wizard?
Really
Did you say wizard?
wizard?
Whose idea was wizard, and why am I not that type?
Well,
Sage? What?
look at the root of the word wizard, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
Why be a wizard?
That was
I
one of
Wizard Harry.
ways I knew my brother was, because he always wanted to be the wizard. When he played Dungeons and Dragons, he was the magic user on that. He was obsessed with Merlin for a while.
Yeah. So Dave, what's this about intersections for the NTs?
Okay.
And intervals. What's that about?
Okay. Basically, what it is the question of how do we model things? Okay. So we think the rationals typically. Okay. Again, this is general again, but in general, we think in terms of intervals. Okay. and intersections. In other words, we have a map of the world, or a map of the. We have maps of things, and we kind of map things out, and so we kind of know about coordinates. We're very good at understanding coordinates. Okay, this is before this, and this is before that, and that's that kind of stuff. So we think we think about time in terms of intervals, as opposed to let's take another example of the Guardians, right? They think in yesterday they call yesterday, but gateways in yesterday. So in other words, they're on station. So they're sitting there at the booth and saying who can come through, right? They're the toll people, and just making sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing, right? We're more mathematical, or more a way of we have a map. We have a map of longitude, latitude. Okay, that's where things are. Relatively, and also.
Right. No.
So I guess.
Would you say that you're really good at, say you've been in a town multiple times, traveling around in that town? Are you good at having like an internal map of where the directions are and where the roads are at, stuff like that?
Yeah, in general, I have a friend who's a mastermind who's not that good at it, but I particularly, I know exactly where I am, and if I don't know where I am, I feel disoriented. So like when you get out of an airplane, go from here to New Zealand, right? And I'm in Auckland. It just bothers the heck out of me. So where's north? Because I always know where north is. I know where south is. I know east, west.
Do you think that the NTs might be replaced by a next generation of smartphones?
Yes, exactly.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I think NTs would like to ultimately become smartphones. That's where in Doctor Who lore the Cybermen came from. It's NTs who said human beings are inefficient. We need to replace ourselves with mechanical parts.
The only efficient humans are NTs.
Yeah, they can.
And if they become smartphones, I will gladly carry them around in my pocket. I'll just pull them out like a reference book every couple of hours and ask questions.
They call it the transhumanist movement. Those people that actually want to become like cyborgs.
That's sick. That's real sick.
Yeah, my ex-wife would always call me. She'd say, "Okay, where am I?" I'd get out the map and I'd say, "Okay." So I knew it was going to know where everything.
Wasn't that what that movie Her was about? I didn't see it, but it was like about the guy who falls in love with his phone or whatever.
Oh my god.
Computer, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, computer.
Which to me, I was like, I remember that same plot back in the '80s. There was a movie called Electric Dreams that was basically the same concept.
Similar.
The guy got tired of trying to meet women, so he created this computer that had like his ideal things for a woman to have.
Yes, it's a Pygmalion project. Yes.
Yeah.
bit like Weird Science, but actually created.
Except they actually made a real woman. He just had a computer.
Yeah.
Weird Science was a little bit, more towards the artisan way of, building the woman.
Some INTJs might rather have the computer.
Well,
I
remember the first Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone. They had a one where the guy was in jail, and they put him on a planet, and then they gave him a robot woman, and he fell in love with it.
But don't give any spoilers away, though.
Okay, yeah. I felt really bad at the end. I just really felt bad. It bothered the heck out of me.
That is a great series, Twilight Zone.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I really recommend that to all the young bloods out there.
Yeah.
Anybody. Fantastic.
Yeah. well, it's our morality, modern morality is put into to Rod Sterling. Rod Sterling basically created the modern morality.
Dave, this bit, people might think, looking at this table, they'll get most of it, but it's this stuff about the words. Could you explain that? Like for instance, indicative.
Okay.
Indicative.
Yeah.
Indicative. So in other words, basically what it is you're just saying, you're pointing to it. So there's the artisan is kind of giving you the slang is indicative.
Really?
Yes.
Does that mean something like concrete or?
Yeah, we're exactly how it is.
Lucid, really indicative.
There's my favorite Lenny Bruce quote when he said something about, now I'm going to get the quote wrong, but he said something about reality is what is, not what should be. What should be is a dirty lie. That's like sums up artisan expression right there. Like, this is what is.
Yeah.
Those the words are indicating. Here's what we see. Here's what our senses actually are taking in.
Yeah, and in fact, one of my favorite movie parts is, if you ever watch, you should see Lenny. Everybody should see Lenny with Dustin Hoffman when he talks about words. He basically, because they were arresting him for saying bad words, and of course, he does one situation where he basically says, "I'm not going to say the word," and then he says, "Did you ever blah blah blah?" Right? Everybody knew exactly what he was saying. Yeah. And it was just, it's great.
It's funny because on the other end of the spectrum you have the extroverted intuition users, the NTs like INTP and ENTP and some of the other extroverted intuition users, that their language is it's open almost, to where you sort of get a feel for different ideas. You can almost input whatever you want sometimes in between like things that they say.
How do you mean?
Well, especially I'm having a hard time talking about it without referencing socionics, but
go on then.
Give it a shot.
The extroverted intuition users that have weak extroverted intuition, like ESFJ, their speech sometimes is concrete, but other times it's not concrete. They almost frame their speech in a way that would be appropriate for their duals to just inject ideas constantly in the conversation.
In fact, I might be doing it right now. I remember reading something in the associative speech for the Guardians, and it's like they're the ones with weak NE, and where he actually says they digress between subjects, but it's always they digressing and finding links between concrete subjects. Right.
Yeah. Now I wish I should have it all here all the time and memorize it. It's in Alice in Wonderland, or Alice in the Looking Glass, I think it was, the walrus, and the walrus says, "It's now the time to talk about kings and wax and it's a great quote. I'm gonna have to memorize it. Sealing wax and something or other. So they just have lists. Guardians. Right. Guardians are associative. Yeah. This reminds me of this.
They're talking about they went, some relative is in the hospital, and the next one says, "Oh, and my aunt was in the hospital last year because this is what happened to her," and then the next person. It just becomes this chain of people talking about each relative that's been in the hospital for what reason.
Right. And then they can talk about what their disease was or something and go off and
talk for a long time about medical problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Carrina, does that match what you were saying? If you explain a bit more about what you were saying, because I got distracted when you said something that made me link it to what I read in one of Keirsey Senior's books?
I'm not exactly sure what you said. I actually.
No, I was just saying, Carrina, what were you saying before I sort of interrupted with this thing about SJ's tangent? What were you saying?
I was saying that ESFJs, ISFJs frame their speech in a way that makes it. It's really hard for me to explain. This isn't like one of my strong ways of thinking, but it's almost like there is no concreteness in the speech. It's like they want people to interject ideas in their speech. It's like purposely leaving out any concrete details.
Right.
Laying a foundation, or
Yeah, sort of, definitely.
shelf to put things on.
Yeah, it's. I'm not exactly sure how to explain it, but my mother is an ESFJ, and a lot of it's any dual seeking and suggestive mobilizing types do that.
Right. So that's
Yeah.
So that is Dave. That is Inspector, Protector, and then ESFJ and ESTJ. But again, I like this. I really like this about looking at the speech. I really like that because again, it's something that can be picked up quite quickly.
Mm.
And
Oh yeah, I remember I liked this a lot. So let's compare. Let's compare. What is the ESFJ and the ISFJ on this thingy?
Well, they would be indicative, factual, detailed, empirical, specific, elemental, signal, and literal.
Okay.
So the ends, or the abstract people, are the analogies, and then fictional, kind of, like some of these are more rational, some of them are more idealistic. So we tend to be analogic, schematic, theoretical, categorical. So then
symbolic.
Symbolic.
So,
yeah.
So Dave, you've listened to Jeff quite a bit. Is his speech the usual for his temperament, or is it a little bit different?
I have to admit it. I think it's typical. I mean, I understand exactly what he's saying. I mean, there's nothing. You don't have. If you listen to me, right, I'll start using jargon, or start in more complicated theoretical ideas. But you basically understand exactly what he says, because he's just very straightforward to what he's saying. Like, well, I did this, I did that, and this is what I was feeling, this is what I was doing, that kind of stuff.
So Jeff, this might be your time to come back in and talk about, because you've read about all this in the various books. And if Jeff's not there, maybe Stephen could come in, because he's looked at the language as well.
Jeff's getting lunch. Jeff's getting lunch.
Okay. So Stephen, have you had a look at the language?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about it though.
Okay. Because I know you don't like prompting, but you are a language person.
It's a good prompt. It's more that I can tell it when I hear it, if you see what I mean. It's
Yeah, again, you can hear it.
I'm thinking.
Okay.
You could say, example.
Also, like with INTJ, sometimes you say something and they can relate. Is this like this really kind of funny and bizarre metaphor? Like they could see it in a new way, but it's kind of funny. I don't know. A little bit of a sense of humor.
Yeah.
But it's like
And
it's
this
like an
was-
image. It's like an image that they pick up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah. Thinking of very connections. Yeah. A humor that's based around connections
yeah.
between things. Yeah.
Like a humor that's which type are we talking about?
Well, just now it was INTJ, but I was being asked about this language styles.
Yeah.
And I couldn't think about what to say.
The INTJs are funny because they have the ENTJs and INTJs both they will have hidden context. Like they'll reference other things by saying something literal, and you can almost not tell what they're doing. But what it is they're linking context together, and they're not really explaining what it is.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Well,
Right.
my dad's like that. Like he says
Yeah.
something, and it sounds like it's out of the blue, but it's like you have to make the connections yourself. He's not gonna
Yeah. help
you get there.
Yeah,
Right.
and the more vague, the more context is there, the less they're gonna help you try and figure it out.
How is that different, Carrina, that you've noticed between INTPs and INTJs in the language? In the
Between
humour?
INTPs and INTPs are really straightforward with their humor. They want you to laugh, and they're straightforward about what is supposed to be funny in that situation. They'll tell you the joke. Whereas the INTJs aren't going to tell you. They're going to be really vague and ironic and almost appear very humorless.
Oh, well, to me, it's they're
sarcastic.
just doing sarcasm, and
Yeah.
whoopsie-doo, that's not that hard.
Yeah. Well,
I just did it now.
No, wait. No, they are the masterminds are really. They can be very, very sarcastic and very cutting. And most of the time
Yeah.
they're okay.
It reminds
can be.
me.
They can be. They're so direct, and they lack a need to control the emotional environment to such a point that they will be direct enough to hurt your feelings and won't even realize that they're doing it.
It reminds me of the joke in The Simpsons where you have the fat, sarcastic Star Trek fan, and someone shows him a sarcasm detector, and he says, "Oh, that's a really good invention, that is," and then it blows up.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. No. I was most of the when I was in graduate school, there were mostly masterminds, and
Wow.
it was a lot of times it was just one-upmanship. Is like everybody spent their time tearing down the other people. So.
My.
With that power sensing.
Yeah.
They're
competitive. They are competitive.
Yes. The power sensing types that have really weak extroverted sensing.
It isn't
can
so
be,
weak. It isn't so weak.
Yeah, it can be really weak or it can be really strong, and they're not really in control of it.
Well, some of my colleague, he's a good faker, because he went to ministry. Would you believe he took it? He was part of the ministry, so he's able to fake it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But when he gets pissed off, he'll
There's a guy I met. Actually, the first INTJ, well, he claims to be, and I think Ben's met him, and I'm almost certain, I know that Jeff has met him, certain priest. And he says, I know three priests in my town, and they're all INTJs. Everyone.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm wondering, is it because, what I understand about some of the INTJs is that they have this religiosity. It's almost like something they want to get rid of. So they think, okay, if I'm going, they'll be very religious, just to get rid of it, or just to say, okay, I'll either be very, very atheistic and ignore it, or very religious because I have control over it in a way.
I see.
I think is they're lazy. Actually, they're lazy bastards who just think, let's be a priest.
Do you think, Stephen, that NI types tend to go towards religion because they think there's something greater, a higher power, a higher reality?
Yeah, it's like what's the guy? I've forgotten this person's name. And I'm reading his book. It's disgusting. Richard Dawkins.
Dawkins.
Yeah.
I think he's a field marshal. Because I.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
That's
I think
LSI.
ENTP.
Hey, look now. Ben's got the heat.
No, he's not. He's not an INTP. No.
ISTP?
I think
No.
ENTP with Dawkins.
Who are we talking about now?
No, Dawkins.
Richard Dawkins.
I know.
Yeah.
I know Richard Dawkins
cares?
pretty well. So I'm pretty.
He's ultimate
argue with
ego
you.
type. That's who he is.
What is it?
Field Marshal. Yeah, I was thinking. I
Marshal,
found it difficult.
ENTJ.
Field Marshal does seem to fit. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
No.
but people have described
I think
him
so.
being religious, but he's.
No, he's ENTJ. So he's a neo-Darwinist, and was 2 weekends ago. I watched him be interviewed with another guy named Michael Shermer, who's the Skeptic Society guy, and I also know Michael too. And I've decided for a long time I thought he was a mastermind, that Michael was a mastermind, but I've convinced that he's a field marshal too. So they got there and they were sitting on the dais, and there were two of them, and Michael was probing Dawkins about some things and trying to get him, and but he definitely has the religion of neo-Darwinism, and he can't get Margulis. He doesn't really get the he's retarding Darwinism and or biology because he doesn't see the importance of the cooperation. He sees everything as competition, which is Darwinism. But Lynn Margulis is.
Let's ask this actor portraying Charles Darwin.
Yes, there you go.
One thing I'd say, very good writer, very interesting and funny.
Excellent writer, excellent. Yeah. I've loved him. Here, another example would be that's not a field marshal is Stephen Jay Gould, and he's a very good writer too.
I don't know him.
Stephen Jay Gould was he's dead now, but he was one of the Darwinian.
He was on Simpsons too.
He was on Simpsons too, yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you, Lisa. I never did the tests. I use that line all the time. I just edit it to whatever it is I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jeff can just like interject like random comments here and there that like don't really go.
When somebody posts like, a link or a video on some Facebook forum and there's like this long discussion about it, and I respond to like something somebody said in the comments, and then they're like, but the original video said blah or whatever, and I'm like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Lisa, I didn't watch the video.
When Carrina said random is in the sociology, it should be like any polar. So again, the digressions, the INTPs and INFPs.
Yeah, that means like
no.
That means extra. Like
what was that,
extroverted
Morgan?
Intuition, being allergic to extroverted intuition. Just translating.
Yeah, but I don't actually think that I really am. Actually.
No. Quite the opposite.
You're listening now, so
Like you just said now, where you said, and Dario said this with Linda. I won't say her second name, just to keep Dave happy.
In the ISFP head,
he once wrote in a test about seeing things as random.
Hey, Ben, there's something wrong with your chart. You have to fix it.
You have to fix it now.
What's wrong with it?
ISFP doesn't say jerk anywhere in there.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, Carrina, you might have to give him a whooping.
Yeah.
That can
Deep
be arranged.
thought of it.
I
That
don't-
can be
Really
arranged.
sensitive.
I don't buy the. Sorry, this is heresy. I don't buy this.
I don't like these. I don't like them at all. I think the INTJ ones
Oh, here-
could
the
give
cool thing
could
about that.
turn somebody into a narcissist. All these positive things, you know.
I
Like,
can make it on you this way.
INTJ reserved, original.
This is the microphone down here.
Jeff, if anybody's needs changed into jerk, ESFP should have something that says bully in it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
What do you think of
Ooh.
ESTPs, Carrina?
Okay,
Now you have
first of
Morgan in the
all-
background.
First of all, Morgan was the one who said that, not me.
Morgan, I meant ESTP. I meant ESTP, not ESFP.
ESTP is the stereotype that people think is a jerk.
Yes.
Well,
I myself have been called a jerk plenty of times, but so is he. I call him a jerk all the time.
He's the only one who calls me a jerk.
Because he's a jerk. And the thing about T's is that they're going to be more direct, and as an ST and an extrovert, and don't care about the rules and the other customs and stuff, I'm going to be the one who's the most direct of anybody. So yeah, I hurt people's feelings sometimes. That's just gonna happen.
It's collateral, you know.
This is your son.
Omelets and eggs.
And it's not like I'm just don't. It's not like I don't pay attention to people's feelings or that I don't care. It's I do, but there's priorities, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
Focus.
I have to
Focus.
finish what I'm saying, you know, and it's not like I want to. I filter plenty of the stuff I say, especially like when there's extrovert feelers in the room, because like I feel the extrovert feeling pressure.
Awful.
But yeah, I change what I say. I'm not always like
Yeah,
super
focus.
direct, just
Priorities and focus.
in people's faces, but yet I'm still called a jerk and venomous and stuff, even though I just.
For what it's worth, I think that the ESTPs actually do have a bad name for being a jerk, even though they're actually not. A lot of times they are, but a lot of times they're also not.
Yeah, she defended you earlier, so we were talking about the same subject before, so.
Yeah.
And I basically said the same thing he said, just in slightly.
I don't see FI polar as not caring about people's feelings. I just see it as a blind spot. It's a spot that they're not really looking at sometimes. They're not thinking about it, and that's really all there is to it.
I'm like, I want to be at the poles where it's cold. It's too hot. I'm envious.
Kind of a thing I was talking about with my mom. Then again, she's an ENFP, so. But the main reason we have, and she has any problem with me, is either one, I don't do something that fits into her like scenario that she wants to happen of happiness.
You're gonna get that, man.
Two, she feels like reacting badly to whatever I do. Because I've been in the exact same situation many times with her, and she's had completely different reactions to the exact same thing I've said. So she can be like, "Oh, you're so funny," or "Oh my gosh, you hurt my feelings." You know, it's
really all depending on how she feels in the moment.
Yeah, it's not me. That's the bottom line. It's not me. I have no control over people's introverted feeling, and I don't attempt to. So, if that's what you mean by not looking at it, then yeah, because I can't do anything about that. I'm just let
Some
it do
people
what
can.
do.
I'm
not that manipulative, as opposed to what my father might believe. I really don't manipulate people that much, so I don't try to.
I said, even before I had known, anything about the typology stuff at all, that I always thought it was funny because in my different classes, like in high school, people had such different perceptions of me depending on what class it was, and I always felt like I'm just the same. I'm me in everything. But the thing is, my surroundings were different, the people I was with, the teacher's different, there's all these other external factors that are different that cause, like, me, I just adapt to the environment, and without thinking about it, I come off as different to people.
That
without
sounds
even
like
really trying to.
that sounds like TI polar a lot to me because it sounds like TI polar because yeah, you're just reacting to your environment.
I mean,
And other people are placing constraints. Other people placing you in boxes that you don't actually fit in without you even being aware.
I think I think it's to me. I think artisans do
yeah, it
that
just seems
naturally.
like an SP
just
thing, yeah. Because I've in the morning classes, I'm usually tired, late, and I'm this slob who just sits in the back and reads his book. You know, I sometimes consider a know-it-all. Depends on like my second class because I'm not asleep. But then later in the day, I have more energy, so now I'm this like hothead who always challenging people or whatever. And so people in those different classes, sit at the same table for lunch, and they're like, "Who is this person?" And he's like, "No, Morgan's like this. No, Morgan's like this. What are you talking about, crazy person?" Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I had people who were in my first period class that told me you need to talk more, and then I had a fifth period class where my teacher, wanted to move me because she said I was talking too much. So same person but different situation. That's that other thing I say. The word I don't remember if it actually was ever in one of those matrices or whatever that Keirsey actually did, but the word situational I think really applies to artisans as well. And
I agree
there was NYPD Blue had a character, Captain Haverhill, and his line was "Everything's a situation." I'm like, that sums it up right there.
Yep.
And Celebach, Wayne did a video where he actually made a clip where I've used it. I've posted it on some things because it's just him saying, "It depends on the situation."
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's why the artisans.
So Carrina, how do you understand?
What circumstance are you talking about? Like this could be different between a zillion different situations.
Yeah, that's another reason why the turnout is all kinds of different types when they take like online type tests, because every question be like, what, this depends on the circumstances how I would respond to this.
Yeah, it's
Tell me
exactly.
more.
It's not like what you prefer or whatever. When it is, it's easier to be like it doesn't matter about the situation. But the other stuff like, would you do this or this? It's like, well, that
Figure it out at the time.
right. It's like my father today asked me what I was going to do tomorrow, and I'm like, I don't even know if I'm waking up tomorrow.
the actual official MBTI, I think is good in a lot of ways, but it still has flaws, and including a few very stupid questions. And the stupidest one is the one that tries to determine between introversion and extroversion by saying, are you ever bored at parties, or do you always have fun? Okay, there's 6 billion something people on the planet. There might be like 5 people in the world who always have fun at every party they ever have gone to. Because
the lucky SOBs? Is that what you think, Jeff?
What?
The lucky SOBs?
I guess. I mean, that's something, as most things do, reminds me of another Simpsons thing where Homer says something like, "You want to find me? Just look for the happiest guy in town." And then everybody turns and looks at this other guy who goes, "No, not me, friends. He was talking about himself, but thanks for looking." And I think about that guy. I'm like, that's the guy that always has fun at every party. I'm like, everyone's bored sometimes at party. Like, if you say that, if you say you never get bored at a party, then you're lying. I mean, you're just a big fat liar.
Always bored at parties.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And some people are always bored at parties, and they're still extroverts. So
Exactly.
That's a stupid question, but
It is, isn't it?
The thing that I think the MBTI is actually best at when it comes to, better than any of the online knockoffs, is the P versus J questions, because it focuses on the preferences that make that, as opposed to like circumstance, lifestyle things, because that's the fatal flaw with most of the ones that focus too much on what people.
For me, those don't work either.
Never been late, and there are people who have never been late.
Jeff, could you give some examples of how they're better? How they would be worded?
Well, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but it's like, it talks about, it focuses on things like,
projects, or you have something you have to do, would you rather map out the steps in advance or just jump into it? And that's a good question, because it basically establishes what your preference is. How would you prefer to work?
I wouldn't be able to choose between them. I like both approaches based on a given task.
I mean, they're never going to be completely either or with anything, but it's like basically if you have to choose, in general, more often, which would you prefer to do? That tells you what the preference is, as opposed to saying like, are you always on time, or are you frequently late? I mean, a question like that is dumb, because that doesn't establish whether you're P or J. And in my case, I am always late, but that's not true about all perceivers. Some of them have developed the ability to be on time. So
Also, it's in that question. If you say late, one is obviously the right answer, whereas the one you said, Jeff, both approaches are valid. Yeah. So people aren't thinking, oh, what is the right answer?
Well, again, the problem with this linear thing of PJ, right? There are 16 different kinds of people on that that have the different. It's like answering those questions. That's why I have 20 questions on PJ, right? To help people figure out what they might be. And of course, my father says, throw away the test. Don't take the test. Or
I
take
think
the
when
test.
I have actually given the actual METI though to people, more often than not, it's more accurate on that than any of the other things are. The people that
I would actually agree with your father on that one. I don't think any of the tests are actually all that good.
Well, and to me, that's why I think actually the best thing in Brains and Careers, he's got the one that actually it asks the questions, but it's to determine your overall temperament. And I think that, and especially the one, I can't remember now if it was something like question 9 or but it, to me was like the ultimate crux of the deal, because it was the one asking like what's your goal in life, basically. and it's like when you ask that question, to me that's the heart of it, is like what do you want out of life? What you live for? That's pretty much the major difference between the temperaments. And on that one, it had the things, I don't remember the exact words, but it was the artisan one was basically like searching for exciting adventures or something like that, and the NT one was more efficient systems and things. It was like that question is.
I would score NT on that.
Well, not if you're honest. I mean, if you're really an ISFP, there's no way you would answer that.
Why not?
That you live for more efficient systems?
Why not? In socionics, the ISFP is TE dual seeking, and they require other people to be efficient.
If you're talking about,
that doesn't even make any sense, even if you include what you say.
Yes, it does.
If another
for someone else to be efficient, that doesn't mean that you live for being efficient. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, you got me there.
People to be efficient.
Another way to make a test is to maybe you do it the socionics way, like you ask a question about how you relate to every function, because in socionics every type relates to every function in a very specific way. So if you ask those questions, we'll have a lot of questions, because that's like each type, there's a specific relationship to all 8 of the functions. So you have to ask like 8 times 16 questions.
Or 8 times 8, because just every other type shares the functions in the right position.
Actually, from the actual book, I'm in a lifelong search for more, and the choices are thrills and adventures, self-understanding, safety and security, or efficient methods of operation.
Adventures.
If you are in a lifelong search for more efficient methods of operation, then you're irrational.
Yes, that's true.
So if that's really what you live for, then stop lying to yourself and everyone else. And because when I look at that question, it just jumps off the page that, of course you want thrills and adventures. Doesn't everybody?
That's true.
Everybody does.
NFs love choosing the adventures. At all times.
But the self-understanding, though, again, if idealists are honest with themselves, then they want self-understanding more than anything else. and the Guardians want safety and security, even if they call it something else. So like they can word it differently. Like you know, Valena said.
Wait, the rest of you don't want self-understanding? I'm surprised. I feel nihilistic now. It's like you don't pursue the same.
It's not that we don't, but not to the degree.
Yeah,
right. You have to choose one.
Oh, wait. The reason. So you prioritize these adventures over this self-understanding.
Not even prioritize.
It's not a book.
Leon, these
Self-understanding
adventures, these fun adventures.
Yeah, because self-understanding is great. That's it. Like he just said, it's a tool. You know, if you understand yourself, it's easier.
I thought adventures were for personal growth.
No,
I think there's a quote about this where someone says, an ancient philosopher says, the unexamined life is not worth living.
Yeah,
and the other person says, the unlived life is not worth examining.
Yes, exactly. There you go.
You know, when he said the buzzwords, personal growth, that's like the more.
Jeff, are you hanging upside down on your couch?
Yeah, totally. You could do a line graph that was like, you know, the more someone uses the phrase personal growth, the more likely they are an idealist.
Yeah. Just to say, Jeff, your sound is a lot better now.
Yeah, thank you.
Well,
that's essentially my every other word. I say something personal growth, something.
Yeah, this is starting to make me think that I'm a different type. It's starting to get scary.
Yeah. So to me, it's called the Personality Finder, Ben. It's in the back of Brains and Careers, and it has 16 questions.
Right.
But number 9 to me is the one that's like the polarizing one. If you had only one question to ask somebody, that would be the one, because it just really puts it all in perspective. Again, if someone knows themselves, if they're self-aware and they're honest, it's really hard to answer that question, you know, wrong. I'll just put it that way.
Is that the one you were just talking about?
Is it very much? Is it very much like the test?
That's still hard for me to answer.
Is it very much like the back of personology?
Yeah. Well, again, my father, he generated all kinds of different indicators. He never told any of these were tests. He hated the word test. He said, this is an indicator, this is a sorter, this is a, you know, blah, blah, blah. No, none of them are tests.
Oh, yeah, and the great thing about this one, too, is it actually has you rank them rather than just pick one.
Right.
And so what you end up with is a score for each temperament. And so it's harder to go wrong, because by the end of doing these 16, you know, you might have a strong secondary temperament, but you're still going to have one that rises above the other ones, even if you have one, you know.
Do you think ESPs are probably like the most honest with the test, because they're like the realists, right?
Either or. They're either the most honest or the least honest. Yeah.
Right.
Because
they're being honest, then they're going to be
because I feel
really
like
honest.
the other types are more likely to project on the test and things like that.
You can say that they're that, but honestly, they are the biggest posers too.
Right.
So.
Right. So it's one extreme or the other. Either they're actually being honest completely, or they're trying to screw with it.
I mean, even when I'm being honest, I have a kind of filter where I'm not giving all information.
Right. Right. No, you can always tell. You can all the inventors, ENTPs, they invariably want to try to trick you, and I imagine the ESTPs would try to do it too. But then the crafters actually are the ones that just say, "This is bullshit." You know, as soon as they see it, they just say, "This is bullshit." Yeah. They're the most vehement critics. The other people, you know, just wander off. The Guardians wander off, but the crafters will just say, "This is all bullshit." And the promoters, some of them will try to trick you and say, "Yeah, this is bullshit. I'll trick you, and then then it's bullshit."
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, you know, the promoter that I work with took the human metrics test and came out as INTJ.
I hate human metrics. Oh.
And the thing is like that test is sort of biased in that direction. So as Morgan said,
as a poser, he
Yes.
wanted to see himself as an INTJ.
Right.
So it fits. And that's what I was talking about way back when I was still in the car about, like, the thinking artisan types, the STPs, will often want to see themselves as being more like rationals, and the
Right.
SFPs will see themselves more like idealists, like in terms of their self-perception. Because when you have sort of an image
It's a problem of that intuitives of cause by always saying that intelligent people are in.
Yeah.
Right.
Where
Yes.
we can
Yes.
have,
So
like,
any S that thinks they're
we know.
intelligent is like, wait, am I actually an in?
hey, look, we're both holding up the same book at the same time.
Well, they're the highly ill-informed intuitive people. They're very ill-informed. They should keep those opinions to themselves.
Exactly. Those rationals are arrogant bastards.
Yeah.
That's truth.
Especially when they're young,
Stephen and I were talking about all the mistakes that intuitives make with language.
Yeah. It was the meta model violations.
So, false generalization, saying this causes that.
Yeah, there's somebody. Wasn't there somebody that we know who made a lot of these violations?
Oh yeah, I'll say his name, Roman LaPlante.
That one. Yeah, I was thinking of somebody else.
And in fact, I would think the intelligent sensing type would say, "Be concrete. Give us an example. Don't be wishy-washy. You're being vague."
Yeah. So actually, get back to the brains and careers. We have the personality finder, we have the brain finder, and we have the career finder. So we call them finders, just to try to give you a different slice and dice to hopefully help you figure out who you are, and just throw them away if it doesn't help.
And then you can have personal growth.
Yeah, exactly.
I was trying to bring the idealist back into the conversation.
Yeah. I was losing hope. Thank you.
It's okay. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
That's what I have said. I wanted to always, when I read the idealist stuff, I just want to give them all a hug and be like, "It's gonna be okay, man. It's gonna be okay."
I feel sorry for idealists. Honestly, there's some points in time I'm just like, how do they exist? Like, their existence seems like it would just collapse upon itself. Why are they still there?
How have they not all killed themselves?
Exactly.
No.
I didn't get it.
Well, you got to remember, you got to watch out, guys. Hitler was an idealist.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, I know.
That's an idealist gone really, really wrong.
Yeah. And Mao Zedong.
He was even worse than John Lennon.
Yeah.
He's communist. That's why.
I heard there was an interview with John Lennon towards the end of his life where he actually started sounding like a libertarian, saying don't trust government at all. And so so he started out like Marxist, then he became Buddhist, then he seemed to become more libertarian.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think he was ever a libertarian in because he probably didn't think about it too much.
Nah.
Well, the British version of libertarian is like, only 60% income tax, right?
Probably, yeah. Yeah, like the Beatles, like 95% tax rate in the 60s. What was it? 1 for me, 19 for you. 95%. Even liberals in California said, "Well, that might be a little bit too much."
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, it used to. Americans had the 95. Was it 95 or? They had it a long time ago.
Peter Schiff talks about this. There's so many deductions and loopholes that no one actually paid that rate, because if they did, they would just retire.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, that was the thing is that the tax is so is so far out, and
In fact, Peter Schiff even analysed it specifically and said what his deductions and all those things would be, just in order to prove it. Because that's such a liberal talking point. Oh, they paid 70% under Eisenhower.
Yeah, see, if I had if I developed this technology to the point that I had like songs on demand, where I could just hit a button and I would be working in a coal mine in the background on that discussion. Working in a coal mine, going down.
Because it's like, basically when you get your paycheck and you're like, there's nothing left because we took it all.
Yeah, we took it all. Yep.
Happy working. Come back tomorrow. That's just like conditioned. Like if you grow up with that's just reality, you're conditioned to think that that's what's supposed to be like. So, which I'm fine with. Just don't try to turn our country into that.
You go do something.
It's already.
Yeah. There's already plenty of places in the world you can go if you want to give all your income to the government. Just don't try to make us into that.
But we are giving all our money to the government.
He's saying stab it. Stab doing that.
I think this is my best hairstyle.
Your hair is the performer.
Yes. Yes, it is. With some help from my son. That's his hand, not mine.
Okay. Cool. That's great. Okay. So, guys, I think this is maybe we should stop for a while. How many hours has this been?
17.
17 hours. Oh my God.
I think YouTube doesn't even allow, or Google Hangouts, it cuts off after 4 hours or something like that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 8 hours.
Yeah.
Really? Oh my God.
Wow,
Jesus
I
Christ.
almost broke. I had to
Nah,
I
Gorilla
can't do any
hand.
more share screening.
That's how you know.
I can't
it's
do any
not
more
my
share
hand.
screening in this Hangout. I
is
almost
hand of
broke
gorilla.
it.
This is what his hand looks like. Gorilla. Okay, mine is human. See, human? Yeah.
See, it was finally
Can't
got
do
to the
anymore.
point where, what was going on was what needed to happen. Me making goofy stuff and people laughing, and then he's like, well, that goes back to what I said earlier about, when I wanted to leave the Hangout, then, when it's like that, then Dave's like, okay, that's it, I'm out of here.
Yeah, if you can't talk theory, forget it.
This is no longer efficient methods of operation.
Yeah. Well, I actually got to do my taxes. What I got to do.
Yeah. Is that what's hot on the street? Your taxes?
Yeah, my taxes. Yeah. Well, eventually, I've got to get them done before I head to New Zealand. So,
Oh, well.
Going to New Zealand.
To have some thrills and adventures?
Pet some kiwi.
I'm going to meet my significant other in Auckland.
Pet
And
kiwi.
develop efficient methods of operation.
Yes.
Kiwi.
We're going to go to
But
Dunedin.
his significant other, though, is going to be working on the personal growth, so don't worry about that. It'll be covered.
Yep.
Personal growth is for scrubs.
Those could be efficient methods for personal.
growth is for scrubs.
There you go. See, that's teamwork right there. Teamwork, do it
Teamwork.
together. Teamwork, friends forever.
That's the most important thing. So, learn about temperament, right? It takes all types. And it's...
Is it everyone's a scrub? Yep, that's what I learned from Temperament. I learned by studying this stuff and seeing people in action, I learned that everybody's a scrub. That is the truth.
That's the promoter take is everyone's a scrub.
Everybody
The
is a
take
scrub.
is everyone is an audience. So.
Yes, this is true.
All them scrubs are an audience.
Exactly. I make an audience out of the scrubs.
Sometimes I pet the scrubs. Or feed
Sometimes
them
I pet the
carrots.
audience. What a coincidence.
Do you feed them carrots too?
Maybe. I don't frequently have carrots on me, but if I did, then...
Yeah, it's true, because you're bum. You go get some carrots.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
I guess we're going to go get carrots now. Of course, more likely, based on past history, I'm just going to lie down and continue being a lazy bum, but,
Yep.
Yep.
Especially because it's hot.
Yeah, it's hot.
So-
Our AC's broken. It's messed up.
Oh,
I
messed
killed a
up.
roach earlier though.
Well, that's good.
It was up on the wall and I shot it with the spray.
Oh. Well, I killed one with the headshot from a blowpipe. That was my favorite roach kill.
Well,
That's
my
definitely-
best roach kill was the time where there was one crawling across the papers, and I didn't know there was a ketchup packet underneath
Oh,
the
that
papers.
one.
And so I grabbed the TV remote and I slammed it down on the paper to kill the roach and shot ketchup across the room. That was awesome.
Wow, that was a real grid crush.
Yeah, and there was like roach blood like everywhere.
It's like the 50-pound squirrel. Just it's like,
So
wow,
like-
that's a lot bigger than I thought.
But was there a moment where you thought, wow, those bugs have got pinners to the lights, I'm not sus.
Now you're the one with the messed up mic bit. I have no idea what you just
Are
said.
you underwater currently shocking yourself? That's what it sounded like. Shock trauma underwater.
I was just saying, can you hear me okay now?
No,
I
it's
can
still
hear you being
blubbering.
terrible. Yeah, I can hear that just fine.
You sound like an alien.
Yeah, I'll go with alien.
Ben's revealed his true Cyberman roots. He forgot to put his translator on.
He has to adjust it now. Pretend it was.
You know what I look like when it was like this with the fan in my hair is I look like Lloyd Bridges in Airplane. Like it's like I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. What?
There was a classic performer there, Lloyd Bridges. He was awesome.
You think he was a performer? Do you think he might have been a crafter?
I just meant performer in terms of
Right.
Definition
performing.
of performer.
I mean, yeah, I don't know enough about his personal life to know like that part. I just know as a performer, small
Right.
p.
Right. Right.
I'll defer to your knowledge on that one.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing
I
too.
won't.
I just
I'll
watched.
eat chocolate
I just
covered
watched
cookies.
them for years and
That
years
is
and years. I
But-
didn't
but
watch. I didn't watch the reruns. I watched the originals.
Yeah.
What can I say?
Well, but you
Oh, man.
you agree with me? George Burns was a performer, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Well,
Everybody left.
definitely, probably a performer.
Yeah.
He could have been a promoter, but I think.
Yeah, I guess. Honestly, from what I know about like the history of him and Gracie, I would say Gracie might have been the promoter.
No. She was.
No, you're
She
screwed up.
might have been the performer.
Yeah, because I know that like early on in the act, they switched roles because
Right. He was
like,
goofy.
Yeah.
Super
and they figured
goofy,
out
and
that they worked better the other way
didn't
around.
work.
So
Didn't work out. Yeah.
she seemed like she might have been the shrewder business woman.
No, he was the businessman.
Okay.
She was just the better performer. She just was a natural comic, and so that yeah. So I don't know, but yeah, they're definitely entertainers, artisans.
Yeah, I love listening to those old the radio shows of Burns and Allen. There's still there's a bunch of them online, so you can listen to from. They had a whole series, in fact, in like 1940, I think it was, where they had Gracie run for president.
Yeah.
Some of that stuff is really funny and still like spot on in some of the political satire. Still holds true today.
Yeah. Well, we used to buy these machines. They were about $100,000 a year, $1,000 of machine, and we'd name them. So I would start naming them, and we started naming them with comedy. And so I had Gracie, and I had Alan, and then the younger guys started naming them. One of the other guys, but we started comedians. That was great. So in fact, I named one of my programming languages I created. I called it Gracie.
Wow.
Yeah, my brother always names his computers.
Yeah.
Is that like where the FE comes in? I mean, with the feeling aspect of the irrational, it's like with giving the computer a name and having a personal relationship with the computer.
I named
It's
some
true, I haven't
musical
named my
instruments.
computer, but as
And
feelings.
I don't
I
name
yell
other.
very loudly at a Dota match and they go, "Sorry, computer, it's just the scrub." And then it's not
We
your fault.
needed to refer to which computer was down, and we got to fix that, so we just basically just needed to name them, so we could refer to them.
Scott doesn't do that. He says, this computer it's this big, but he names them anyway. I'm pretty sure it's his personal relationship.
Well, I had an ISTP roommate, and he's like usually very pretty cool and calm, and like in terms of relationships and things like that, he's not a very emotional person. But with his cat, that's where all the feeling comes in. It's like all extra feeling. Like he gets very sensitive about the cat.
My ISTP brother has a cat too, and he doesn't want to leave him for more than like 3 days at a time.
Yeah.
I like
They have feelings, huh?
The problem with that is when he was around Moonshot, look, that's my cat, all right? I found it, okay? He was great, okay? I played with her all the time. And then when he was around her, it's like he was like, thinking like his feeling is like, I don't know, it was like a feeling off. It was like, no, it's my cat now because I spend more time with it, because I have to be, around people. Otherwise, I'm going to be bored eventually. So he can just sit there for an hour petting the cat, and it's like, of course. And he's like, and I'm like, no, it's still my cat. No matter how much you love it, it's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine.
It's mine.
She's my kitty. She loves me more. Deal with it. Honestly, I think the kitty loved everybody who petted her equally because she just wanted the pets.
Yeah, that was an ESFP kitty, I think.
Definitely. She would just walk into the car and she would just go, nope, plop in front of you. Like, rub a belly. Do it.
She'd run ahead of people walking so she could flop down in front of them. Here I am now, pet me.
Yes.
And purr very loudly.
Very loudly.
Me and my cat watched a slug eat a cracker the other day, and my cat went to bite it, but it got like gross stuff in her mouth, so she just like sat down and watched it purring like while it ate this cracker. It was like a highlight of my life. It was so creepy.
Yeah.
These are the moments of our lives.
Yeah, you would reference Days of Our Lives.
Don't sing. Now you ate the phone. Now what are we gonna do to call people? Useless.
Hello, Santa.
Hello?
Santa? Sorry, we didn't catch that, Ben. It was in RoboSpeak again.
I'll write this aside.
Wow, that sounds really cool.
Okay, try it slower and less British.
Yes, there are tons of INTJ musicians. Tons.
Musicians or magicians?
Magicians.
Oh.
No, most INTJs and ENTJs are into music and art. That's something that surprised me when I first realized that.
The only ENTJ I'm pretty damn sure it was an ENTJ was a total scrub. He was into being a jerk to people.
You would say that.
He was into trying very badly to be smarter than people, but he couldn't do it with anything he actually knew. He had to do it with stuff he just made up on the spot. And
oh my god, I know.
So I
know an ENTJ like that. My little brother is like that. He's either an INTJ or an ENTJ. It's so funny, by the way. Basically, we just contradict everything each other says, and it just turns into this like epic battle.
Yeah, well, we had a lie off, and I always won because I'm great at making people believe that I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, my senior year of high school, I had a class.
All ESTPs think that.
There were two.
I am great at it. Whether or not I'm not saying I'm the best at it, but I'm great at it.
Okay.
Obviously.
I'll accept that
Anyway,
as more true than the first statement.
My
Yes.
INTJ friend
I don't even know what the first statement was.
would debate this other kid that I think was also probably an INTJ. He might have been an INTP, I don't know, but they would have these conversations, debates like every day, and eventually they would just descend into name calling, and that's when you knew that the debate was over.
Yeah. You remind me.
Somebody
of another
finally
ISFP.
triggered the other one. That was the goal the whole time.
Oh, right. I'll accept that second statement better than the first one. That reminds me of another ISFP.
I have an aunt who's a ESTP, and she actually looks a little bit like Donald Trump, like her facial features are. I know there's like the same type.
Does she have epic hair?
Yeah, she did have epic hair, but you know she's a salesperson, but even off the job she's still like selling me things that are like complete crap. I mean, like she has like this whole like drawer full of hats, and you know she just wants to get rid of them. But she says, "Oh, you know, these hats are, you know, they look good on you, and they look terrible," and she kept like pushing them on me. And one time, she just wants to get things outside of her house. She doesn't actually want to, but she wants you to believe that you actually want it. So there's this like she got this pink T-shirt. It's a pink T-shirt, and she's like, you really want this, or like she's like selling this pink T-shirt to me. I'm like, I'm not gonna wear that.
Yep. Sony Guts. There's a Tom Hanks character on Saturday Night Live that was trying to sell like all these electronics from foreign countries or whatever, and they were all these weird brands, and he was his lines. He kept saying they have Sony Guts, they have Sony inside them.
Oh, Lord.
Outside is whatever, but Sony Guts, it has Sony Guts.
About the believing that all ESTPs think that they're good at doing whatever. You know, people they're trying to sell you something at all times. They're just making it up. Is that I'm not always making everything up. In fact, I'm never making everything up. There's always something to what I'm saying. Because I can't just make up a lie. I always use something around me. So if I was selling a T-shirt, I really would pick one that I thought looked better on someone. Now, I can go a little overboard and say, you know, that it looks better than what they're currently wearing. You know, I can use other things, but I can actually be like, okay, this doesn't look too bad on this guy.
Yeah.
I'm not a complete liar. I just lie all the time. There's a difference.
Yes, we know. We know.
See what I mean about like you know his self-awareness. You know he turns 16 tomorrow, so you know there's ESTPs in my age that wouldn't be able to admit that. You know,
crap. I learned that stuff a long time ago.
Yeah.
Back when it was just cutesy animals, it was better. And then that was when I realized that all the other types were bad.
I introduced it through the animal representation from the book.
Because I went to school with a bunch of
the beavers and foxes.
And that's how I figured out the ISFPs were the worst. Because the people that I was the worst, I was like, well, I don't understand, because it's like, they're not any of these types. And I was like, oh, once he started teaching me the letter stuff, I was like, man, they're ISFPs. I figured it out. The worst people are ISFPs. The worst people I have ever met, anyway. They've annoyed me the most. Because not only are they judgmental, but because of all the ones I've met. I'm thinking of one in particular right now who...
I don't agree with his assessment of this.
Yes.
Yeah, but you've never met this guy, so he would judge people, and it's obvious to me because I'm looking for kinds of things. I'm looking for signals that people are doing things because I like doing things, and if people are doing things, then I might be able to do something, you know? And this one guy, you broke your foot. It's all your fault.
I didn't break it.
Lies.
Not letting me.
He would judge you, but he wouldn't say anything about it. I actually think that's worse. All right, there's two extremes. There's the judging you at all times about every single aspect of what you do, and never saying a word.
which I think is the worst.
Well,
Or
guess what?
he
Yes.
makes up for no reason just to talk, which also is bad. And the ISFP is the ones who think their judgments not only are like, I don't know what they think. It comes off to me, all right?
I'll tell you what we think. I'll tell you what we think.
All of them, because you know all of them. You're mentally linked somehow. I can understand that from an INTP, but I don't know.
Okay, well,
Anyway.
I have to go now because so my ENFJ friend is calling me right now. We're working on personal growth stuff.
Okay.
All right, good luck with the
Bye, Leon.
Okay.
Bye.
Well, I think I'm gonna cut out too.
gotta
This
let Dave
is
do
a
his
good
taxes.
opportunity. Gotta do my taxes. So actually, I'm going
doing
to bed.
math.
Everyone should be ranting about ISFPs.
I'm doing math right now.
I'm
Doing
sure
math?
Carrina wants to hear
I'm
you.
doing math
What kind
right
of math?
now.
You can judge me.
The hard kind.
Judge it if you want to.
Math. Yeah.
Hey, you remind me of actually a character in a manga.
Oh, no.
And then Dave was
Arithmetic,
leaving,
you're
and
doing
then
arithmetic?
you said
Stopping
math,
Dave
and
from
wait,
leaving.
what math are you?
Yeah. It's like, oh,
You're
man.
doing arithmetic.
I'm
Grab
trying to
his
figure
attention.
out. I'm trying to figure out the variance of this data sample.
Oh, okay. Doing statistics. All right.
Yes.
Oh, you
My
can't you do?
father is
use
slowly,
Minitab.
slowly just
Oh,
retrieving
Anova.
his mind of a monkey clashing cymbals.
What?
You didn't get that?
That's another Simpsons reference.
No.
Because I am Homer, so there's a scene where it shows inside his brain, and it's like this monkey doing the clashing cymbals and doing flips.
I think your son wants me to get on his nerves. He keeps referencing ISFPs in an annoying way. I feel like he's just trying to bait me into an argument so I can just like supervise the shit out of him.
I'm not that manipulative.
Yeah, see, we covered this topic earlier. I was like, it'd be like, I'm not hostile. It's just, I'll continue to do the thing that I know everyone perceives as hostile.
She just now told me that she thinks that thing is there, so now I know she thinks that. All right, I don't magically know things in people's brains. That's what I try to say.
What? I'm confused
Yeah,
again.
I was talking to him. You're being scrubbed, not you. Anyway, you remind me of a character.
You remind me of a girl that
I consider this is not even like characters in fiction
characters in
that are
fiction.
realistic enough.
Realistic.
I use those as examples of things too, and
Examples for things.
you remind me of a character in a manga who
In a manga.
would judge this one guy because he liked her, and she would like unveil her judgment at some point after he did something, and then just leave and be like, "I've dropped the ball," and just, and I'm just like that feeling like their words have so much weight or something, it's just annoying.
There are some types that are extremely. They accept that well.
Extremely accept that well. Have you ever seen that?
Okay.
Well, I will depart. I think because I'm tired.
Yeah, it's time to
Yeah.
cut it.
Yeah. Yeah. Bye everyone. Bye.
Bye, Stephen.
Okay. I'm gonna drop out too.
Bye.
I'll see you guys later. It was fun. I enjoyed it immensely.
Talk.
See you guys. Okay. Bye.
See ya. All right.
I've got a wireless headset on, so I'll still be able to hear you while I'm away.
I don't know what's going on, but I think maybe they're talking, but I can't hear it.
Carrina, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Right, so this is good. The sounds, because I reloaded. I think what happened is I did too much share screening, and the Windows computer almost crashed. So,
Square Sheenan.
Air screen transmitted disease.
did I say? Sometimes I do say square Sheenan instead of yeah.
You didn't. You didn't say it this time. No, I'm not getting anywhere with this math, by the way.
So isn't it? You're doing analysis of variance.
Goes back to what
Yes.
always.
Isn't there a computer program? We used one in the 90s. It was called Minitab. You just and it would do it all.
Oh, that's awesome.
There would be I think it's called ANOVA.
Well, it's homework, so I'm not sure.
I once had to do that by hand. It took bloody ages.
It's taking hours and hours just for one problem, and I have 16 problems to do.
So, what's the problem? Is it
I have like
standard
4 days left.
deviations? Is it standard deviations?
Yeah. Standard deviation. Right now, I'm trying to work out the variance.
There's a book called Biological Statistics that I got. So there's quite a few of those books.
Easy to do that.
Where it will teach you how to do ANOVA. Yeah, there is a computer program called ANOVA.
There might be an online program that will do it.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely. Yeah. Because I remember university, it was all a blue screen. You plug the numbers in, and it can give you all the standard deviations, all the R values, and this is all for you.
I don't know if this is. Yeah, it's sample. Okay.
Just to.
So yeah, here's one. I found an online calculator for it.
Right. That is all what most biologists aren't great at math.
Yeah.
They will just
immediately get out of this math hangout. Leave you math people, do your math.
Mathletes.
No, you're wrong, and you're bad.
Oh yeah.
Saying that is just.
I was mocking the concept of mathlete.
Did you say I must not get the concept of mathlete?
No, I said I was mocking the concept of mathlete.
Mocking. All right, sorry. I actually didn't hear you. It wasn't me repeating you for emphasis.
I hurt my toes on the fan.
Yeah, twice, maybe 3 times, because you're terrible.
Kids, don't stick your toes into the fan. It'll hurt.
It sounds like the neighbor on King of the Hill.
Which one? Phil?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
You know the guy? That one? The redneck?
Play that one.
The neighbor.
Puff the Magic Dragon. I like that one. Play it.
Hilarious. No show.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go too.
All right.
And do some. Unless you guys are gonna like entertain me while I do homework.
Carrina, you could ask him how do you deal with artisan children?
Less and less.
Oh, how I deal with my ESFP kid.
Yeah, no, you could ask Jeff. What does he try to do with Morgan?
I thought you were going to say, ask me what to do with me.
Yeah, that's the better option. Not an ESFP kid. He is an ESFP.
I'm an ESFP kid.
How do I deal with my ESFP kid?
Yeah.
You give them things that are shiny or interesting in some way.
Yes, I'm getting advice from your son on how to parent you, just so you know.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, this guy, see, look, the thing he's doing right now, he's messing with his all he's doing is staring at his shiny face. That is literally all he is currently doing.
Shiny green face. It's green and shiny.
That is what he is very interested in it. It is taking the majority of his mind to wrap his head around this.
Whoa, wrap my head around my head? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly. See?
That is amazing.
Everything else is just above him.
I'm trying to use this as a thumbnail.
Or around him.
Yeah, you want to scare everybody off.
I'm making this my profile picture for a while.
What?
Do that again.
What?
Damn it, never mind.
Well,
you should probably tell him the thing you want to do.
Better see his Balzac.
Makes sense to me. Hey, None of that.
So anyway. Yes.
She's on a loop.
Yeah, she's on.
Are you experiencing one of those loops?
Maybe stuck in the time warp. Turn back to.
My ESFP kid is freaking nuts.
How nuts?
Like which kind of nuts? I don't mean like level.
Like crazy, like he's an SE lead. So I walk into a room and he's just like sitting on top of some piece of furniture, like eating his apples. And he's only 3 years old. So by the time it took me to walk from the kitchen to the living room, he's like already like scaled the furniture in the room.
All right.
And he's like sitting on top of it, just like chilling.
I'm waiting for the crazy part.
That's the crazy part and stuff like that.
That really
like
was
he's
the crazy
really,
part?
Yeah, he's really loud like all the time.
That's
Wow,
crazy.
that's
How can you possibly contain that craziness? My mind is blown with the craziness. No,
Take
well,
me
that's kind of
seriously.
no problems.
Take me seriously. No,
I'm
he's
taking
really,
you seriously. There's no problem here.
like he's really loud all the time. He's always demanding my attention.
Understandable, he
Like,
wants attention.
24/7.
Yeah, he wants
And, like,
24/7 attention. If
I
not, he's
would have been like that if I didn't have a father that would threaten to beat me every time I said anything.
So I should beat him.
He would.
yeah.
I didn't tell you to do that. I'm not going to tell you to do that. I'm just saying.
Would you do that if you were me?
Especially not on air.
No.
Would you do that if you were your father?
Well,
Well,
maybe. See,
It depends on how much like you transfer over your consciousness.
he actually did sort of pick his spots for the actual beating, so that wasn't like every day.
Oh.
If it had been, it probably would have lost all effect, and I would have just been.
Then he would have gone in rebel mode.
But the threat was more important than the actual physical action.
He
Yeah.
just wanted to do what he said.
Yeah,
He didn't
so-
really want to do it.
Because I really like, ESFPs are we're still artisans, but we do have probably the most people pleasing, notions of the 4 artisan types.
Mhm.
We really do want to make people happy. It's just we want to make people happy on our terms.
Right.
So I really did
I feel like
my
whenever an
father
ESFP has a feeling, I feel like whenever ESFPs are feeling something, it's like it just flows out of them, and none of the rest of the feeling in the room really matters.
Well, yeah. Totally.
Duh. It's like you read his face right here.
Yeah, exactly. You read the face. You read the face, and it just
You read the
emits
face, you know
emotion
exactly
24/7,
Yeah.
and they're always excited.
That's why I don't buy that stuff. There's some things that'll be types that use FI keep their feelings inside. It's
No.
that's sometimes,
sometimes
true,
yeah,
but
it
it's
is
not.
sometimes true.
It's not
That's why you should
all the
adopt
time.
socionics.
The feeling comes from
Does
within.
socionics not have a parent that needs to be adopted?
Socionics.
No, it needs you to adopt it. It has
some good
has
parts.
many.
All the things
It
between
has many
relations,
model babies.
the relations between different types. How this type reacts
Well,
to this.
the
because
model
of this.
part appeals to me.
That makes.
Well, why is my cat doing this? Get away from me. Can you just go
away
somewhere?
from me.
Can you
Man.
just go somewhere? You're sitting.
It's
Hey.
like, you know what I do when a
Wait.
cat comes
Is the cat
to me?
doing something crazy, like sitting on top of the That would be crazy.
When a cat comes to me, I'm like, oh, cool. Cat wants to be with me. I don't go away. That's
It's
because it'll go away anyway. It doesn't love you. It just.
it's treating. There, go, good girl. It's treating. It's pissed at me. Get away. Fuck
Pissed
away
at
from
you?
me. Just get away. Get off my homework. She's probably pregnant. She freaking snuck out the house.
Yeah, if I had to choose between a cat and homework, I'd definitely choose the cat.
Yeah, even a pregnant one.
Yeah.
I really don't
Yeah.
understand the choice here.
Cats trump homework for sure.
Yeah, and then I just try to pet her, and now she's trying to eat me.
Telling you. She don't love you.
Oh my god, she's
She's gonna
pregnant.
go away anyway. Not like
This
you
is
should
crazy.
bother telling her to go away.
She can't understand English.
No,
You think that?
that's the wrong diagram, Ben, because it's
It's
not.
true.
They can understand English, but they can't understand people.
Well, maybe it's the right one. I don't know. I'm getting
What would you
confused by
mean?
this whole like.
I'm pretty sure they don't understand English. I'm just saying.
Well,
Like,
what's
maybe
wrong
like
with the
7
diagram?
words.
I'm not saying they understand English, but they understand emotions.
You have that.
If you have emotion in your voice, then they can tell.
You imply that the FE is like number 2, and like I can't accept
No,
that.
well,
Can't
it's
accept that.
Number 2 on what?
no, it's
Cats
the ones
don't
with the
use
most
FE.
On this diagram.
most
What is
energy
the
are in
diagram?
blue. So you still got SEFI down
Yeah,
there.
what's model G?
The Victor Galenko's model.
The gangster model, huh?
Yeah.
Didn't
Well,
you
it's-
finally went gangster?
You said there about the most people pleasing of the SPs.
Yeah.
And as you said before, it's incidental. You only do it incidentally. When whilst you're entertaining the room, you're thinking about the group.
Yeah, I can admit that and still like not like that though. That's what I'm saying. It's like because like the value system, the FE value system, like I just don't like it. It's
Value system.
Yeah.
What does that mean? You mean
They're
they
like
rank their thing?
No, the whole thing of making like everything about groups instead of individuals.
Oh, I don't do that.
Yeah, well you're not like, you know.
But I use even when I use FE, I don't do that.
But in sociology, if the function's in a different position, it changes what it's like.
It's like
I'm sorry, what?
When it's in a different position in the model, it changes the definition of the function. So when FE is there,
Well, yeah, because socionics
it's not
makes
the
up
way
whatever it
you.
wants. Socionics says, you know, the number 2 position is the cryogenic role, and I feel that it freezes that function for decades and then reawakens it.
Yeah, shut up. Yeah, socionics is for scrubs. It's never that part. The thing where I already told you.
I do like the chick who's the representative of the ESFP female, though.
When
She's pretty hot.
What's that?
The things about how
Yeah.
certain types interact with other types and certain functions interact with other functions. All right, that stuff makes sense. It's good. I understand it. You know, it's useful in some way. Yeah, the other stuff, like the typing stuff, whatever that is on screen with the colors and the shading.
I like the colors, especially the purple.
It looks good. It doesn't make any sense. Then again, I didn't read any of it. So, but anyway, the typing is terrible.
Launcher.
A bunch of other stuff makes 0 sense because you know. The rest
Oh, I agree about the typo.
Yeah,
There's no standard
block
test.
inflation.
bad.
I like to inflate blocks.
Well, you said, Jeff, that you don't have much time for SI in terms of.
Don't have
Time
much
But you
time.
you're observant, so you have energy for it, but you don't make the bed.
I hate SI's least favorite.
What? I don't make the bed?
That's what you said to me.
I said I hate SI.
Yeah, of
He
course.
doesn't make the bed.
I don't make a bed, yeah.
It's true. He's not a carpenter.
you're
He doesn't even
observant,
put the
though.
sheets on his freaking bed. Don't even
Yeah.
have sheets.
So you have high information for sensing because you're a sensor, but you have low energy for SI type things.
I guess.
Oh, like you do them.
I do have a
you
lot
can
of
do them for a shorter
I do
amount
have
of
a
time.
lot of nostalgia though. I like nostalgia.
You like it?
Yeah, but that's information, not cooking and cleaning.
Nostalgia is about how I've been a scrub.
Well, yeah. I'm not down with the like chores.
Sounds scrub. Yeah.
I don't like chores and obligations.
Me
That's,
neither.
that's the Guardian stuff I can't get down with.
Suck. That makes me just want to.
And not even just cooking and cleaning. That's the thing is, like, there are times at which I would rather cook than play baseball, and that sounds weird for like you know you would think, but the thing is like if the baseball is a scheduled thing that feels like an obligation, I'll be like I'd rather do something else. And meanwhile, spontaneously be like, I wonder what would happen if I added this thing to my stir fry, you know, stuff like that. It's about, it goes back to that line in the book about the next action is a free variable rather than a fixed constant. So even if the fixed constant is an activity I enjoy, it's still my instinct is going to be opposed to it.
That's why in Magic, especially for me, but even for him, especially for me, the Izzet, which is the blue and the red people mixed together, and you broke everything.
Yeah, he disappeared.
They're all about doing experiments.
No, I'm here.
Still there? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
They're not about
Your
doing
screen was,
experiments.
Yeah, I'm just gonna show
plan things.
Hopefully
They're
this
about
doesn't-
like doing something and seeing what happens.
Carrina came back.
So they like make some random contraption and throw it somewhere and see, is it gonna explode? Is it gonna do something else? I have no idea. Let's find out. That's the kind of thing I like to do.
Yeah.
So
Wasn't there a show, a play or something called Carrina, or am I making that up?
Yes, and yes.
I could have sworn there was. Could have sworn.
It exists and you made it up. You just remember the
Halt.
existing thing after you made
Is
it
that
up.
actually an English word? Hault?
halt, isn't it?
Isn't
Well,
it?
I know it is like halt, like to halt something.
But that doesn't.
Yeah, that's what it is.
What?
Well, Vilana looked at the translation, and originally it was
What?
translated to break, and she said, no, that word should be
Oh,
halt
okay.
in English.
A U in it.
Yeah, it's another one of those words that
They have random vowels that don't make any
the
sense.
Americans dropped the U because we didn't.
Because
In
U's
fact,
are scrubs.
I think Webster actually wanted Americans to actually spell things phonetically. But people said, hold on there, that's too far.
You don't control English.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying that Webster, he would have had all the Americans spell things phonetically, and then they would have had trouble reading books written in England.
Well, Einstein would have had us all eating chalk. So there you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andy was a socialist, I think,
Fair point,
Einstein.
So, hey, we should ditch these scrubs and get some chocolate.
Well, one
I like
scrub
this
at the
part,
moment.
I like the part about control.
Control, huh?
Control.
You like
yeah.
control?
So,
Well, I like certain kinds of control. This is the thing I try to get across to people is like, I don't like, well, I don't like being controlled. I don't like control in the sense of like, okay, I'd like to dictate what everybody is doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that kind of control. I want control over situations that involve me.
Right.
So like,
You want to be able to do what you want to do.
right.
Kind of thing.
It just goes back to the freedom thing. So it's like,
Yeah, when I'm
in order to have
like-
freedom, you have to have a certain amount of control.
giving like orders to someone or something, do you think like I'm a T, so I automatically have some kind of need for control over something? But really, the giving orders is just being direct. Well, some people do. I've read stuff, and it just seems like people think like
I like
T's
how
are like
buried
these
in this
control orders.
huge diagram with all these words and stuff, there's a thing that says, please subscribe to my YouTube channel.
That's
It's like a
the-
hidden, this hidden message buried in the thing, like, words, subscribe to my YouTube channel, words.
I'm fine. I'm fine with giving people orders, to get something done.
You kind of made it bigger.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm doing this
Oh.
because. I'm like happy to explain things I'm doing. I just want it done, and I want it done right. That's another thing is if I want it done right, I rarely do want to control other people to do it because I can't control other people enough to pull it off. So it's useless. Like I don't do it for the control, obviously, because I don't tell people what to do all the time because I don't think they're capable of doing it. So I'm just like I might as well just do it myself, whatever it is, because trying to tell them how to do it's not going to work anyway.
So is this, are you still looking at the ESFP
Launcher.
no, this is ISFJ. Because I've only done this one in
why are you looking at
INFP.
them? We don't need them for anything.
Well, that was the only one I've only got this one. I've only done this one in INFP.
Oh,
We were gonna cover this in a hangout.
Why didn't you do the most important type yet? My type.
Well, I ain't got that profile yet off Victor.
Oh,
I can ask for
wow.
the SDE. I'll ask him for it, and then we could do a hangout together, going through the profile.
There you go. See, now you're using your noggin.
Yeah, I did it with Leon, where he doesn't have energy for FE, so generally INFPs are not very expressive.
Yeah, he's actually refreshingly expressive for an INFP actually.
Yeah.
It's good. And there's others. They're just few and far between. There's a girl. She only did a few videos, but Katie Zimmerman, I think.
Zimmerman.
Yeah, she's cute curly haired girl, but she's done some videos about INFPs and they're really insightful if you and she's like not she doesn't like just babble. Like even one of the videos she says she babbles, but she's not like
she's not nearly as bad at babbling as some INFPs are. So. And then of course there's Kendra, who's done some videos too, another INFP.
Yeah. What we got here? Yeah, this is what Dario wrote about S. What we got? So it's like all the things Guardians do, but it's trying to show it in a better way in terms of make it seem more intellectual.
Okay.
But does that fit your experience of what they're like? That they're actually good at following I mean, you might say they're quite robotic in terms of following their programming, and they seem routinized and.
Yeah, but you know, I can appreciate that. You know, especially in my position in the office, and as long as I've been there and seen the, you know, most of our store managers are Guardians, and they're, you know, they come to work every day and do the same stuff over and over and over again, and don't, you know, I started to say don't complain. They do complain, but they don't tend to actually complain about the stuff that they're actually supposed to do. They complain about the sort of side effects of things, you know, like, oh, my back hurts, and oh, you know, this and that. You know, it's that sort of thing. They don't tend to actually complain as much about they don't complain that the fact that things are routine. In fact, they're more likely to complain about the opposite if something messes with the routine.
Right. Will they sometimes, because Dario's written about it, because he's got a functions book called 8 Keys to Self-Leadership, where eventually the Guardian will change the method. If they'll compare it to what it should be, and then eventually they'll adapt and change it. So you do see, because we're not saying they're robotic and follow a program, they are more
I mean, because
flexible
the
than
difference
that.
between humans and robots is that the human's not just going to, like, die you know, if it has to change something. I mean, they might crash, but you can always reboot them, you know.
And it's like the ones that have gone really weird, you'll see them as like obsessive compulsive, and they'll even be like obsessive and compulsive about cleaning. And it's like the Guardian that has gone.
Yeah, I like you know, to get this back to about me, the part where he said artisans are impulsive compulsive instead of obsessive compulsive.
Yeah, hypomanic.
I like that. That sounds cool. Impulsive compulsive. It sort of rhymes, sort of.
I did.
Sort of.
That's in personology. Right, I did that sheet.
Is there a lamp or a mug behind you?
This?
Yeah. It's a lamp. Okay. It kind of like, but when it was blocked, except for that part of it, it looked like you had like a coffee mug attached to your wall.
Oh, right, gotcha. Right, what we got here?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I should do that too.
Right. That would be.
I should reheat the Red Lobster food.
We'll probably do it worse.
The end of this hangout is going to be the most fascinating ever.
Well, I just almost got this sheet that I did ages ago.
Sheet or sheep?
So this is being recorded?
Yeah.
Sheet.
All right.
Sheet. Okay.
You know, recording of Ben kind of mumbling over some charts.
Yeah, he was like staring at a computer screen.
I figure most chats that Ben are in would end up like this.
Oh yes.
Okay, Ben. What does CF mean?
Compare.
After the flag. What are you talking about?
Compare?
Yeah.
CF means compare.
Yeah.
Where's the F come from?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like IE means that is.
Oh, so it's like a Latin thing or something?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I always forget what all those Latin abbreviations are, but
I didn't know in the first place. Yeah, I did.
like SIC is another one you see in like print articles.
I've even referenced you there. His Jeffness. Whatever we do the hell out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, the not scheduled thing. That's what I was talking about earlier with like the the more something's scheduled, it feels like an obligation rather than something you get to do.
Yeah. You were an hour late for our first video, but I didn't really care. And it was 3 hours long. That one there, they're impulsive and they like being that way. To them, impulsive is being alive. Easily bored?
See, I understand why that would be sort of a thing, but I'm not actually easily. Well, I'm not. It's hard for me to be bored because there's always options. Like I'm only bored in situations where there isn't options. Like, okay, recently I bought a car. There were a couple of times where I had to wait, and they're like either the waiting room or even worse when I was in the dude's office, and there was nothing to do but sit there and wait. Like that's boring. But like if any place, what I don't understand is anybody who has internet access saying they're bored because like there's just there's just unlimited stuff on the internet. Like you can't possibly be bored with all of it.
Why don't they carry a book?
Who?
These people that said that if they're going to, if they know they're going somewhere, they're going to be waiting. Why don't they bring a book with them?
Oh, well, in my case, it's because I didn't think ahead, like usual, or I would have brought something. Actually, one of the times I did, and it was like I kept having to go do something just enough that I didn't want to keep getting my laptop out and then keep putting it back in because I brought it with me.
Could this be a mantra of an SP? Variety is the spice of life.
Yeah.
Then we've got
and there's still people. There's still people within that, though. Like that. For my son, for instance, would say that I don't have much variety in my life, but then of course he probably says something about his own life. But the thing is, it's always like people that focus on that. They're going to see when it's not like that, so it's on a different scale. It's like how a lot of extroverts think they're introverts because they don't feel like they're extroverted enough. If that makes any sense. It's the same way with artisans are always thinking of, how I'm lame and boring because I'm not doing all these things I should be doing, like that I could be doing that are fun. So it's like variety is the spice of life. So I don't have enough variety in my life. I need to have more, but they can still settle into a lot of routines.
Well, I think your son gives you lots of variety, and then what you're saying about being in the office, about all the different things that happen.
See, that's the thing. Is I have a job that, like, the job is, on paper, it's a very routinized job. But in terms of actual practical action, it's different every day. I mean, no 2 days are exactly alike because there's all these variables that can happen in a day. There's certain things I know are going to happen, and so there it goes into what I'll complain about something that's still sort of appreciated, like the days where, for instance, when I do the payroll, like I have everybody on all 25 locations that I have to do the reports for, they all have to save it on their register in their own location. Right. And the first thing I have to do that day is go in and check to make sure all of them saved it. There has not been a single time yet where all of them did, without me having to call them and tell them.
Wow.
So it becomes then this thing where I make the list of who do I got to call, and I do the calls, and I'll complain about that because I'm like, they all know they're supposed to do this. I shouldn't have to call them, but the very fact that I did have to call them, and I don't know who I'm going to have to call, don't know who's going to answer the phone. Like all of these sort of variables add excitement to my job. If
Right.
everybody actually did what they were supposed to do 100% of the time at my job, I would get bored with it much faster. So I have total like mixed feelings because I'd like them to do
Right.
that because my job would be easier, but it would be more boring.
Right. You could do more hangouts. So. But what about I think the way Dario like really gets to the nub of the matter, like when he says here, take tangible action relevant to the moment and current situation, trust their impulses, and have a drive to action.
Now, what does that come from?
Dario Nardi's book Neuroscience of Personality.
And I mean, but what did he was talking about SPs or what?
Yeah, SPs.
Okay, all right.
Yep. Linda calls that temperament the improvisers.
I like that.
Trust their impulses and have a drive to action.
Yeah, that was in Please Understand Me also. And the funny thing is that I think I told you this before, that at first I said I don't trust anything, but then the more I thought about it, actually I talked to Amber about that. I said basically like, if you don't trust anything, then you're sort of by default trusting your impulses because if you're just doing what your impulse says to do, then that's what you're trusting. So even though it doesn't seem like trust, it sort of has to be just to exist. Like if you didn't even trust that, then you would just lie in your bed and not ever move.
Unless you're George Costanza and you do the opposite.
Well,
the opposite of every impulse.
Yeah. And I think he's irrational, so
yeah.
that was a strategy on his part.
Yes.
He looked at the logical conclusion that is, my life is a failure up to this point, so I should do the opposite of everything that occurs to me to do.
And this is, they learn best experientially, and when they see the relevance of what they are learning to what they are doing. I think Morgan said that it has to be relevant.
Yeah.
What's some of that?
The learn best experientially ends when they see the relevance, what they are learning to what they are doing.
Yeah, I feel like, hey, you can do this with this. I'm like, or give something I'm never going to use. I'm like, okay.
Right. It's easy to dismiss the things that don't need.
Yeah, like algebra.
Right. Yeah.
And you got enjoy hands-on applied learning with a fast pace and freedom to explore.
Yeah, when I mean, like earlier, Carrina was talking about, her kid. Like whenever I've seen that question on forums or discussions, about any SP type, and they say, what should I do to help my kid or whatever, I'm like, the best thing you can do with artisan kids is give us things we can do physical stuff with and be able to manipulate objects and, things that it's okay for us to break. That's a big one. Because it's like, if you don't give artisan kids stuff that they can break and it's okay, then they're going to, if you just teach them, you break anything, it's bad. Then, and that's the message they hear over and over again, it's going to stifle their growth. Because it's like you've basically taken a fundamental aspect of how they work, of their mentality and said, part of you is bad. It's basically what you're telling them. Because they have an instinct to break things. Not because they actually want the thing to be destroyed, but because the actual action of breaking it is fun.
If you'd have typed me as a kid, you would have thought I was an artisan, because I once broke a window and I said, my mother asked why I did it, and I said I wanted to see if it would break.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and then I've said, when I read the child descriptions in Please Understand Me, like I could have been typed as an idealist based on my childhood. Morgan could have been typed as irrational. There are things in there that can obviously apply to kids of other temperaments. But if you really get into the reason why kids do things, which doesn't usually become as apparent until they get a little bit older. That's the thing with Morgan. It wasn't until he was around age 8 or so where his personality really started to come through, where I could really kind of get a read on why he did things. And sometimes I even flat out asked him after I read the book and stuff. I would asked him questions about what's important to him, like when he's at school, what things occurred to him, why did he? So
when you ask me stuff out of the blue, is until I figure out what you're doing, then I'm gonna pose. Because I'm like, I'm not giving him real information until I understand what I'm doing here.
but at that age, he was a little bit more forthcoming.
Maybe unconsciously.
Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't have that at all, but I think you were a little bit more open in some ways about that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Just what about it? I say anything.
Yeah, but whatever. Some what? I do, but I'm gonna have some pasta first. You still there, Ben?
Yep, I was just thinking that maybe we should wind it up now. After we might have been going about 5 hours.
Yeah.
So if we thank Dave, Stephen, Leon, Carrina, Jeff, and Morgan for making this hangout.
And Phil, don't forget about Phil.
Phil.
Yeah, I remember when Phil came in and gave us his treatise on North African communication methods of the polar FI. See, the cool thing is he's sitting there like trying to remember this Phil person that I'm describing.
Yeah, folks, you better go through it and watch this again and try and find out where Phil is.
Phil.
Where's Waldo? Where's Phil?
Yeah, that's your quest. Go through the whole 5 hours and try to find Phil.
Like, where's Waldo? Waldo doesn't exist.
Right.
The Simpsons find Waldo yet again. He opens it up and there's like no one around Waldo. He's really obvious. Bart's like, he's just not trying anymore.
So, any final words, Jeff, for the audience?
Zoology. I think zoology.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's got okay. That's probably not the final word. There's probably some word that starts with ZZ or ZY. Yeah.
I would say subscribe to Jeff's channel, the SP Spaz.
Oh yeah. You subscribe to the SP Spaz, and snacky cakes will rain down on you from above.
Chocolate. Right.
Dramatization may not have happened.
Yeah. Signing off.